We're back once again here at Sonoma Raceway for the Velocity Invitational. And we are back once again with the 1956 to 62 production GT cars. So this is sort of old sports cars that we're getting to see circulate around here, and some incredible lists of names of vehicles that we've got. Ferrari 250s are out there, Austin Healey's. And of course, we can't forget the various Porsches that they are racing. The 356 Roadster makes an appearance, along with a 1958 Chevy Corvette.
Really big variety of difference in cars in this run group for sure. It was always fun to watch them, and of course this is practice number 2, at least for most of the drivers out there. Had the practices this morning, pre-lunch, and now the weather is starting to clear up this afternoon here at Sonoma, and we're starting to get some nice sunny blue sky.
Indeed. It is still chilly out here, though. It's the wind has been blowing around significantly, and that's kept it pretty cool. It's in the low 60s today, but the sun is making sure to try and warm things up, and we appreciate that at the very least. These cars looking absolutely beautiful with the sunshine on them. Nice and shiny now, as we can see. Plenty of them being wheeled around this place, and always amazed me the shapes that some of these cars took around the late 50s.
Yeah, there's definitely style, right, to how these cars were made, right? And there's character definitely in them as well. And one of the drivers that I definitely know the name of, it looks like Jeff O'Neill is out there in this one.
Indeed. So Jeff currently in the number 20. So that is one of the Ferrari 250 GTOs, a 1963 edition of that car. Plenty of bright Ferrari red that is out on the track during this session. We're essentially doing what we did earlier this morning all over again. So if you're just getting here, good news is you'll get to witness some of your favorite cars out on the track, and you will have a chance to get to see them run, even if you missed all morning. But yeah, we're talking about the shapes here. You see the 17, of course, one of the more unique looking cars, 71 rather, the Porsche 356A from 1957 with its beautiful curves.
Yeah, and of course that is different than some of the Carrera cars. Now the 356 models were those convertible models, which were pre-Carrera times, and then you get into the birth of the Carrera, and actually the fastest lap is held by one of those cars in Thomas Salazar driving.
So at about a 2:01. For comparison, our Porsches that were just holding their practice number 2 for the Sprint Challenge USA West Series were running down in the 137s, I believe it was. So of course, we don't know how much Salazar is wheeling it right now, but I can't imagine he's going to be able to bring it down to modern Porsche speeds. Regardless, the drivers over the course of today have definitely not been holding back in most cases. We've seen some impressive lap times around this circuit.
And I think I've been most impressed by just the amount of drivers who are willing to push their machines out there, right? It's not just one, it's not a couple of them out there. It seems like these drivers are wanting to learn about the Sonoma Raceway and their cars, how it acts around each one of these specific turns that we've got, each one of these pieces of elevation that is abundant on this racetrack, and really just try to extract the most performance they can.
Another one that I really like seeing out there is the number 99, bright white car. You won't miss it. It's a 1961 Jaguar XKE, and Michael Doyle is behind the wheel of that machine. Definitely easily more identifiable because it's got that long nose. Now the 77 has just rocked up and come to a halt right at the start-finish line.
Oh no. And
that's our quickest car.
Yeah, that is one of the Porsche Carreras out there. Yeah, and like you said, our quickest car driven by Thomas Salazar. He seems to be just fine inside of the car, but obviously car stopped here on the front straightaway, and now we get that dreaded black flag where we're going to have to bring everybody back in.
Okay, so we'll have a pause on this one. They were just talking about how hard he was running the car, and I guess maybe it was a little too hard. So it's decided to give up on him, and we'll have to pull it out of the way. Thankfully, with him being essentially right here next to the pits, all they really got to do is tow that, and they'll be able to send everybody right back out. It's not going to take them a long time to get that car out of harm's way, or at least it should not. Just about everybody managed to get a lap time in on under our short session out there. We mentioned that 77 the fastest. The 163 of Robert Stoker, though, down to a 203 flat and a 1956 Alfa Romeo.
Just have to be quite patient here and wait for this car to be retrieved. And now we're getting shots of the car here directly onto the stream. So you see the driver, totally all right. It is just a mechanical problem with the car that they're going to have to go ahead and retrieve it.
I mean, if they can get it into neutral, they've got some people coming over from pit lane. They could maybe just push it.
That's true. Looks like the safety trucks are rolling up behind the car right now. And it's good. You know, there are a few more cars out there on the racetrack, but they are going at a very, very slow, reduced speed, and they're nowhere close to this incident here. So I think that these crew members just trying to help out with getting this car, or at least diagnosing what is going on with it.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is I doubt most of these drivers have radios out there right now, so nobody's really sure until they get up to the driver, ask what happened, and he can at least give some information on it. But they are pulling that safety truck in front, and it looks like they're getting out the tow hook. So yeah, should hopefully be a nice, easily pull behind the Tundra out there, and then everybody's just about already into pit lane, and we'll get back out and running once more.
You know, they are the Toyota safety trucks out there. They got some Tundras. Now, I was noticing some Toyotas in the paddock a little while ago while we were breaking during lunch. They got one of those old Toyota pickups out there, and it has one of the biggest turbochargers I have seen. It is definitely not stock.
Is that the one over here by the
Yes.
painting on the ground? Okay, yeah. Some very cool cars out there. I noticed they had the old rotary Mazda as well that won Le Mans, which definitely lit my eyes up, getting to see that in person, as well as a couple other IMSA cars that are sitting out there. Yeah, I'm getting visual on that 99 I was talking about before we had the problem here on the front straight. Feeling James Bond themes right now.
No, definitely a great variety out there, and we're a little spoiled here in our commentary booth, which is directly above the pit exit lane, and they are all lined up directly in front of us right now. You had mentioned lots of Ferrari red out there, lots of red for sure.
Like the
That 22 is gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Just incredible. I mean, you talk about style being a part of it. There is lots of style on that one. I was also checking out the 718 because I was trying to figure out what that was. And I'm still not entirely sure because it's a 1958 Turner 950S. Now, again, that's another car that I'm not all that familiar with. It to me looked more like a bug-eyed Sprite of sorts, but apparently not quite. I'm sure there might be some similar relation.
Very similar in shape and size, and then it's got the kind of the twin fins, tails on the back end of it as well. As we get a green flag with about 8 minutes or so remaining here in practice number 2.
Yeah, that's good to see. Like I anticipated, it was a nice, easy fix pulling that car out of the way. And thankfully it did happen here close to pit lane. So we're going to get going running once more. We'll have cars on track all the way until 6 o'clock today. So if you're at the track, you still got plenty of action to happen out here. Hope everybody had a nice meal during our short break. And for everybody watching online, this has been a fun romp through racing history out at a very historic track as well. We have to remember that Sonoma, a lot behind it.
How many names do you know of Sonoma?
I can think of at least 3. Sears Point.
Yeah.
And then we had Infineon Raceway.
Yep.
And now we have Sonoma Raceway.
Yep.
I'm trying to remember if there was any others.
I think those are really the main 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has gone through a lot of changes as well. I mean, you look at all the layouts that it now has available. Compare that to the one it began with. But the cool thing is essentially that original layout is pretty much still runnable today. I mean, I think it's the main one that's still raced mostly out here.
With these overhead shots, you get a lot of what we're talking about. This long straightaway through the middle of the shot is actually the NHRA drag strip. On the lower part of the screen, you can actually see the scoreboards for where they end, and then that entire straightaway is actually where the drag cars are slowing down. Shows you how fast they get going. All the way down to the far end of the circuit. That's the turn number 7 hairpin. You can kind of see how many different iterations of that hairpin there are, as well as that short chute from turn 4 directly over to that hairpin that NASCAR uses.
And the surroundings have definitely changed a little bit. I've seen the old footage of this place where there's been guardrails and barriers that have been pushed back naturally for the purpose of safety. Used to be a lot narrower through the S's, I will say. Of course, back here at turn 11 that we see on our overhead shot on the drone, they still retain that outside wall on the pit entry with nothing to save you. So you got to make sure you do not go a little bit too deep into there as the drivers now finish their outlap and work their way around up to speed. Just saw the number 9 go by, 1955 Austin Healey 104. Very beautiful black liveried car, and there it is on screen now.
Saw the 20 go by, the 22 as well. Some Ferrari on Ferrari passing going up the hill here. That was Jeff O'Neill getting by the number 22 car out there. And, yeah, this is actually a pretty big group right here. A nice little racing pack. This is at the very, very top of the circuit, turn number 3A, and then you start to go downhill before this right-hander. That's turn number 4. Then it continues to go down in elevation. It kind of plateaus very, very slightly right here before the carousel. You see just the tiniest bit of rise in elevation, and that is so tricky for the drivers because it makes the entry to this downhill carousel completely blind, right? You got to go up and over the crest before you finally start to see the corner.
It has tested many a driver. It compresses at the bottom here at turn 6 onto the drag strip. Get the throttle down. And then in this version, we're veering slightly off to the left. You can go completely straight. Most racing series I see come here these days do take this little jink off to the left-hand side. And now we have a slightly truncated version of the hairpin with us kind of coming in. Last time we were here for the USA West Series for Porsche Sprint Challenge, we went all the way down to the end of that hairpin. So it was a very wide open run through there. And now we were talking about these S's section. Bit of elevation change through here as well.
And in competition formats, it can definitely throw the vehicle at least a lot of different pitches going through the S's. So when we think about an S section, we traditionally think weight transfer, left, right, left, right. Well, here at Sonoma, not only do you have the weight transfer, but you were just mentioning just that tiny bit of elevation where it goes from flat on the entry to downhill through, call it the turn 8 complex, and it can definitely make a car light on its feet through that section.
We've seen at least one car wind up off at the side of the road from there, though we don't know if that was due to driver error from that weight transfer that we were talking about. Been a couple spots that we've seen some mistakes today, but thankfully most of the machinery has stayed relatively intact from the incidents we've had out on track. I was talking about this 71 a little bit earlier, classic Porsche with very smooth lines to the car. They've got Paul Frame currently running that machine. It's a 1957 Porsche 356A. This is the sort of car that you would have seen trying to compete at places such as Le Mans.
Come down through the same section of racetrack we were just talking about here. Beautiful to see these cars out here and running. And this is actually a very classically styled car, and I do love that the paint matched the wheels along with the numbers.
Yeah, this is before they really started to get into more graphic designy liveries on racing cars. Do have those two beautiful orange stripes down the middle. But in this era of racing, a lot of times what you'd have was actually nationality colors that the cars would race under. And so this seems fitting here with silver being the color that many German cars would race under. Hence why you had Mercedes as the silver arrows. If you ever want to find out about your country's or your favorite country's colors, you can actually just pull it up on Wikipedia. They have a whole list of all the different colors. My favorite, though, is Egypt is apparently a shade of like violet pink. And it was run in Formula One at least one point, because they did run official colors for many years in there, because there was some prince or something to that effect that raced in Formula One for a brief while.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I'm seeing some Ferrari fans out there wanting to see the 250 GTOs out there on the racetrack. I know Adam Adelson is out there racing a 1960 Ferrari 250 GT, and then also I believe the 22 is in a Ferrari 250, and then also Jeff O'Neill in the number 20 car is also in one of those. Now this is the number 119 of Adam Adelson as we get our checkered flag.
That's going to wrap up our first of the afternoon. The production GT cars are going to be tucked away for today. And then we're off to the 1966 to 79 historic SCCA sedans. That'll be Group 5 here in just a few minutes. It's time for more action on track here at the Velocity Invitational. This time we've got Group 5. That's the 1966 to 79 historic SCCA B&C sedans. Saw them a little bit earlier this morning. Got to see some fun action out on track. One of the things that we talked about with these cars that I noticed, Joey, was that that very supple suspension that they have. In fact, we can see it up here over turn 2. They lean into the corners.
Hey, what did I say earlier? A little bit of roly-poly-oly?
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what I refer to them as. But, as we kind of get through the day and through these run groups, the speed will kind of fluctuate. Some of the run groups a little bit faster, some of the run groups a little bit more vintage, taking care of the stuff. But this is one of the busier groups that we have, and it is, of course, filled with those Datsun 510s out there.
And for those that aren't familiar, the SCCA is another one of those organizations. We talked about how, IMSA Racing still sees certain cars racing against each other. Well, this series, organization rather, still very much running strong and sanctioning plenty of racing around North America. And even back then, it was already quite historic. Started in 1944. My goodness, it's a traffic jam down into turn 7 currently, though, right now.
The 49 of Steve Link taking advantage of all that traffic, slipping down to the inside there in that red, white, and blue Datsun machine. There's the number 33. Kind of one of the trail end of the cars on this, call it about 10-car train here going through the S's.
It's quite busy. Hopefully they'll get themselves a little bit sorted out here. They can have some clean running by themselves. It's not really much competition. Some of them may want this, though, have a little bit of action on track, racing against some of their friends on the circuit. But as I was saying about the SCCA, this is one of those organizations that actually starts off a lot of drivers. They have both professional and amateur events that a lot of people can compete in. So if anybody is out there watching from the stands and wants to get started, that's the sort of thing that you look into and start to get involved with.
SCCA is where, or I should say one of the series, one of the sanctioning bodies that I started my racing career with way back in the day. So yeah, they have been around for a very long time, and they race everything from vintage machines all the way up to current modern day machines. And also you got to remember about all those spec classes that makes SCCA so popular.
Absolutely. They've got something for just about everybody. And even if you don't want to actually get onto the racetrack, they also have autocrossing and whatnot. So as the 49 goes a little slow coming out of turn 4. Hopefully everything's okay there, just maybe letting a couple of the cars by. Do love that bright orange Porsche as well that's been kind of sneaking his way through this pack. Was trying to make out exactly who that is.
I believe that's the number 77 car, if you want to grab the name of that one.
That's Healy in the 68 Porsche 911S. So,
reminds me of an early Dusek car.
It does, yeah. Well, I mean, Matt Dusek he's here this weekend running a nice bright orange. So those two will have to get together and get a little photo shoot going on.
I wonder how small this older Porsche would look next to its, call it Big Brother.
Yeah.
Little brother, I guess, but much bigger.
Yeah, younger brother.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
And, in fact, we got a Mini out there as well, competing with all the various sedans. A little amused that this is in the sedan category.
Well, and we're going to have the, you were the one that was checking out, what's it called? The Mini versus Muscle?
Yes, that'll be at 5 today. If you want to see American muscle cars go up against Mini Coopers out on the track.
Can't wait to see, because, we were getting some wonderful shots from the paddock of an entire tent filled with those Mini Coopers out there, and they all looked ready to race. And this is the 66. This was another car that had caught our attention earlier in the day, one of the Volkswagen Beetles.
Yeah, those Mini Coopers, obviously known for circuit racing, but also I think extremely well known for their rally routes as well. Very often used over on that side. We've had a few rally cars out on the circuit. In fact, we've got, I believe, well, it looks like it might still be in pit lane, but we're supposed to have a 68 Porsche 911 rally. It'll be the number 1 car, if we can spot it out there, that was supposed to join us for this group.
I mean, you're talking about rally cars, and I mean, we got one on the screen, right? I mean, how infamous is the Volkswagen Beetle, the Bug, in Baja?
Oh, good point. Exactly. I was going to say, I think, there's a Cortina as well. That's another car that was popular to use in rally racing. So we've got a few of them out there that find multiple purposes. A lot of these cars back in the day essentially were just regular road cars that were made into race cars. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if some of these cars started life in that fashion.
I bet you the majority of those Datsuns definitely did. So cool to see a lot of those cars out here. And I mean, you go through, call it the Datsun community now, and I bet you probably the nicest examples of these old 510s are the race cars.
I would not doubt it at all. Very fervently followed machine out there. And the Datsuns currently lead over everybody else. They hold 9 of the top 10 spots in our fastest laps right now. Only the 71 Alfa Romeo GTV of Chet Taylor has managed to break the stranglehold of these Datsuns.
Now, if you're curious about all of the cars that are actually running, we have our list on timing and scoring, and obviously the timing ticker on the left side is showing the lap times, but if you look on the bottom part of the screen now, we also have a rolling ticker that is going to include the position, the car number, and then also what type of car it is.
This was one we were enjoying last time, the 58. Wonder if they got that hood a little bit more nailed down. We'll have to watch a little bit.
He is ripping.
Wow. Almost looked like it was about to roll over for a second.
No, I think I made the comment maybe in the previous session that I've been very impressed with the drivers that have been hopping into these cars. They are not taking them for a Sunday drive out here at Sonoma.
No, they're rolling everything. And, yeah, I think he's got it buckled down a little bit better. I'm not seeing the top of the hood pop up, but I could see him counter-steering his way around turn 2 here at Sonoma. Let's see what he looks like over 3 and 3A. So we watch him crest that big rise over the hill, slams on the brakes. Car is very much sliding around as they used to back in this era.
And this is Chet Taylor wheeling around this 1971 Alfa Romeo GTV. And wheeling, I think, is the right word to describe it. I mean, he is hustling this car around. Even in those overhead shots there, we can see the hands going to work. Chet is very, very busy trying to lay down some fast lap times right now. He's currently sitting in the top 5, 5th overall.
Looks like that, well, no, it's not the rally version, but one of the 68 Porsches, the 911S of Healy, is currently up to 10th right now, but I'm kind of not surprised that we're seeing Chet be the only driver splitting up the Datsuns with the way he is driving this car, coming down the hill towards us now across the S's and towards turn 10. He's actually catching up to a very slow VW.
I was going to say the closing rate, it actually probably cost him a little bit of lap time right there, as you see that he physically had to slow to get by that 166. So I'm curious, his current time, a 153.7, is he going to be able to go faster, even getting held up that little bit? I don't see any green sector, so I don't think it's going to actually be faster.
It's not looking like it. He might actually lose his 5th place to the 18. Got to watch and see where he is, because he's had 2 green sectors himself. So keep an eye on the line here to see when that car starts to go by. That's one of the 72 Datsun 510s with Richard Stewart Milne in that car. And he just went by, but he stays in 6th, so Taylor's not been removed from that top 5 quite yet.
We were getting some shots of the 91 Tim Probert driving that car, and just some other recognizable names. Jeff Mosing. Oh, that was actually a little bit of a close moment there behind Probert. So Probert is in this, call it bronze car. Joe, it's almost even rose gold, if you will.
Yeah.
But it's a beautiful colored car, the 91 here that we've got our cameras on. So that's Tim driving that. And, of course, he has a lot of professional racing experience as well. I believe over at Murillo Racing and whatnot, but I think the big connection there is with Jeff Mosing. Jeff Mosing was also a co-driver over there, teammate, and so not only have they competed on the professional level, but Jeff and Tim are going at it right now out here at the Velocity Invitational for top spot.
With about a second and a half between them. But yeah, that 91, I mean, to me, that color screams 1970s, if I'm honest. I love it. It looks very classic. He's another one that looks like he is wheeling, just absolutely going for it as he crosses in front of us now. And towards turn 2, once again being followed actually by the next one behind him on the timing sheet, Moriarty in the number 7, slightly older Datsun 510.
And it's very interesting as we get shots of the 40 of Rob Fuller out here right now up and over turn number 2. So that last lap from Tim Probert that we were watching was actually personal best sector 1 and sector number 3. Just couldn't quite put it all together in sector number 2 to complete the lap.
Yeah, they've got, let's see, a couple of 69 Datsuns, a 71 in second. It's a 1970 in fourth. Then another 1970 in P6. Got a 72 version in 7th, a 68 version again in 8th, another 72 in 9th, and then we get to the Porsche in 10th, having actually gone quicker than Dockery. So there's another one into the top 10 that is a non-Datsun car.
Using the full length of that entry and runoff there at the far end hairpin. I think that's kind of up to the driver's discretion, right? And depending on how deep you go into that brake zone, but they've got all that extra runoff. And look at that big old slide coming through the S's here. That was some of the most sideways we've seen a car today.
And I mean, you look at the tires on these things too. These are skinny little tires as well. So bravery is the word for many of those up at the top of the timing sheets in this group.
Back to the number 91 car, currently sitting P2 overall. And that beautiful number 91 Datsun 510. And there was a little bit of a wiggle coming off of what was the turn number 11 hairpin that time as well, just trying to eke out as much momentum throughout the entirety of the corner.
It's one that you don't want to overstep the boundaries. You've got that wall to the left-hand side as you come out of it. So it can be easy to throw that away. The 7 of Josh Moriarty. Another very good-looking car, gotta say. Love that livery. Also definitely screams 70s to me. Those beautiful graphic design lines throughout it. Right
now, the 510 model holds top 4 spots right now. Jeff Mosing with that 1969 510, fastest overall. The fastest non-Datsun is Chet Taylor, who we were watching a handful of minutes ago in that bright green 58, really wheeling his 1971 Alfa Romeo GTV. And then we got a whole bunch more Datsuns before we finally get down to Healy down here in 10th place in his 1968 Porsche 911S.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see because we got that lone Porsche, but it's another Alfa Romeo back in 12th. And then finally we get the BMW Brecht. There's 2 of them actually. Brecht with the 67 2002. And then you've got Barnett and his 69 version of the 2002, 13th and 14th.
Actually going to have a little bit of passing down here, maybe. Down into what is turn number 11. See the 33 car go through the shot first. Followed up with the 91, and then Moriarty giving chase in the number 7.
Yeah, the 33 not to be confused because it's a Datsun 610. So we've got even more different types out there. As looks like about 27 of our 32 cars have hopped out to the track and set times in this session. They will be back later this weekend, along with many of our various groups that we have out here, but we got one of them that has found trouble here, and I'm trying to make out what part of the track that's supposed to be at, actually. Turn 7 we're hearing.
So this looks to be, he's pulled it off completely onto the access area, which I think is the right thing to do, right? He's just pulled it off of the racetrack. So the hairpin has a few different versions, like we were talking about the different layouts of the track, and he has pulled it off completely into a safe area, but we are under a minute to go, so I bet you they're going to throw this checkered flag here pretty soon. Most
likely. In fact, just as you say that, it comes out, and that will end the session with Jeff Mosing taking honors with a time of 150.2 in his 1969 Datsun 510 sedan. We will be back with a little bit more action on the track in just a moment. Up next, we once again return with the 94 to 2019 Le Mans and IMSA ALMS prototype and GT cars. plenty of amazing cars down in the paddock here at the Velocity Invitational at Sonoma Raceway. But there's also action out on track once again. We've got the 1994 to 2019 Le Mans and IMSA ALMS prototype and GT cars. I'm Joe Peak with Joey Atterbury, bringing you the action all weekend with some incredibly beautiful cars in this group. One of the smaller groups that we have, but boy, do they make up for the quantity with quality out there. Everything from a Gen 1 Riley Daytona prototype. We've got a couple of Ford GTs, plenty of Porsche 911s out there, as well as a Corvette C7 also on track. One of those Porsches looks absolutely stunning in the afternoon version of this run, because we had clouds early this morning. The 11 of Lauber, it is bright gold, and it's almost blinding in the sunlight right now.
And talking about sunlight, it is perfect conditions for these race cars right now because the air temperature very cool, only about 65, 66 degrees in terms of that ambient air temperature. So the engines, right? The engine's very, very happy with the cold air, and now the tire is going to be very, very happy with the sunshine getting down onto this asphalt, warming up that asphalt, and we're going to see these cars go even faster.
We saw a bit of a competition between that Riley Daytona prototype and the GTLM 4 GT out there, running pretty close lap times until we had Romac in his Pescarolo suddenly blitz the field and run some incredible laps with the amazing downforce on that open cockpit prototype. So we'll see what they run this time. The Riley's already down to the 135s right now.
Moving already. That is that Gen 1 Daytona prototype. So, of course, we know the DPI era and into what is currently those GTPs, right? And that Gen 1 car, I believe it's got a SunTrust livery on it, which goes way back. But that's essentially the birth of that class.
Indeed. Was used a long, long time before they kind of switched up. There was a couple different generations since us mentioning the Gen 1 that they're running. Kind of smoothed out the looks as each generation went through. Also see an Audi out there, an R8 GTM GT3. That's a 2013 edition.
Lots of these cars from, call it, like I said, kind of the birth of these classes right now. This C7R firmly into the GTE category out there. And then, of course, we're familiar with the brand new C8Rs that are currently out there racing in the IMSA GT divisions, the GT Pros out there. But this car, it competed in that class in several different names, right? It originally was GT1 with the C5s, and then into the C6s, it went into the GT2 class, and then eventually, like I just mentioned, the C8s into the GT. So all similar cars, just classed different named.
Even got Lego cars out here. It's a McLaren P1 being shown off somewhere down there in the paddock. In the grass, it looks like. But back to the actual cars on the track. Romac is moving up within range of the Riley, as Trannery has got to watch out behind him. There's only half a second between them. But you were talking about him earlier, Tom Mueller, in that Corvette C7R. He's jumped up into third of everybody.
Extremely capable cars out there, and I think that this is going to provide us with our fastest lap times of the weekend, or at least we'll see what Saturday and Sunday brings us if the drivers are just a little bit more familiar with the racetrack and able to push their machines that much more. But just kind of looking at the forecast and the weather, it's actually going to be significantly warmer the next couple days. So I think that if we're looking for the optimal range to push these cars, it's right now.
I agree. I think this is, like you said, probably going to be the coolest day of the weekend. I'm watching that number 24 just go by us now, down through the S's towards turn 11, setting purple first two sectors. Already going much quicker than the old Riley. So what's it going to leave him at once they get across the line here as we wait for him to show us what kind of speed this thing can really make?
24 crosses the line, and you are spot on, Joe. Fastest time of the weekend, 129.9.
Was a quick one out there. Really cook it at that point if you're getting around here in less than a minute and a half. About 2 seconds faster than the number 15. We saw the 4 GTs be up there quite a bit last session, but I haven't really seen them show themselves as well. The 66 with Ross Thompson has actually been doing pretty good. Got himself up into 4th currently on quickest times, but that 4th place is still 7 seconds off of Romac's fastest.
I think what's pretty neat, though, I think I just saw the 88 jump up into 3rd. So you were talking about the number 3 and the number 66, right? We've got the 66 here on screen, and those 2 cars competed against each other out there in the professional world, at least at that time. So both GT-classed cars, just of course that Chevrolet Corvette, and then also the Ford GT as we now get the pictures of our fastest car of the weekend, the number 24.
Again, just really being whipped around this circuit. He's still improving on his lap times. So let's see what this latest is going to be for him as he gets ready to cross the line. He'll flash past us, and it's down to a 29.1 now at this stage, continuing to get quicker and quicker. Let's watch him. Let's follow him around the lap here.
See how stiffly it's sprung up and over the apex of 1 and 2. This is the top of the hill up here, turn 3A. It really is so much fun to watch these, call it downforce cars, really carve up a racetrack because their entry speeds are just so much drastically faster than what you really think a car is actually capable of. And they're, through the carousel, just able to hug the complete inside of the racetrack.
At no point does it look like this thing is not planted all throughout. You can definitely see the bumps, like you said. Anytime it goes over even tiny ones, the whole car kind of jostles, but it never seems to really look out of shape during that moment. Now as we watch him go down through the S's and towards the fearsome turn 10. He's currently looking like he's on a good lap. He set a personal best first sector, didn't really improve on the second sector, but he's still massively quicker than that Riley. He gets held up a little bit here coming through turn 11. Let's see what this looks like overall. 29.1 last time, and looks like he does not improve this time as it was down to a 29.9.
And 29.930 is what our ticker shows the last lap for there on the left side. So still within that 1 second of how fast he's gone in terms of fastest overall, but definitely got held up by one of those cars a little bit later in the lap. And then in this lap, you see here turn number 4, there's that Audi that you were talking about, one of the older R8 GT cars. It's out there turning laps. So this lap, once again, for the number 24 Romac is, I mean, it's going to be fast. It's just not going to be the fastest.
Yeah, needs that clear track, I think, to get the best out of it around here. And I do love the look of this Audi. Probably more well-known for their time in prototype racing, but had some pretty successful GT programs as well.
And you also have to just kind of respect how well developed this platform got, right? Because the R8 eventually developed into the Lamborghini race cars, the Gallardo race cars, which were the Super Trofeos. They had their own class at the time, and then of course they've gone through several different iterations as well. So it's not just, call it the Audi R8, but this was the birth of a lot of race cars out of that platform.
That's an excellent point. Yeah, there's been so much that they've utilized this for, realizing that it is such a solid race car. Unfortunately, it looks like the 69 of Johnson has had some mechanical problems because they're down on pit lane working on that machine, seeing if they can get that back out there in the next 7 minutes or so. Hopefully they'll be able to enjoy the running. It's not too old of a car. It's from the year 2000. But as we watch the run through 3 and 3A for this red, white, and black Audi, currently actually sits 10th of our lap times. Best lap of a 1:43.7.
Joe, I think you parked over on the grass, didn't you?
I wish I had a Vespa. Cool that we're getting some two-wheel action out there.
Does that say a Vespa? I think it just is a Vespa 50, I believe is what it said. Yeah. I was a little confused because I thought it said Vespa SS, and I was like, oh man, is that a Super Sport edition out there?
Has 2 more horsepower.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I think that is perhaps one of the most fun things about this weekend is that you've got that love of car culture all around. Just anything motorized, anything that really gets that part of our brain going, that runs and goes fast. If it's on 2 wheels, if it's on 4 wheels, maybe it's just a very cool looking car. Then we want to have it here. We want to get to see it up close, enjoy it, appreciate it, and share the love with all things cars. As Romac has said, that's enough. I've smashed the field up to 2.8 seconds. I'm going to bring it into pit lane.
Watch this Audi go up the hill again. I was going to make the comment, I think he's coming into pit lane right now, the number 3 car, but man, when that Corvette goes by the front straightaway, you hear this thing.
Absolutely. If you've been with us today, you've heard us commenting on that. If not, make sure and get right next up to the track and watch it go by, and then you'll feel it go by you as well. And indeed, I asked, would we get to see the 69 car out there? And we do. Johnson has it rolling. Now he's not up to speed. He's kind of been letting cars go by, but at least it is running for those that came and wanted to see that car rolling.
Like you said, that is a 2000 year Porsche GT3R. So this is going to be a 996 chassis. Typically when we get into the Cup cars, they're mainly 997 and newer. Now, they did make Cup cars back in the 996 era, but really where they made that big jump was into the 997, and this actually looks like an old TRG car, so this car might have quite a bit of rich racing history.
That's awesome to see. And it does look like he's starting to get up to speed now. Yeah, he's hustling it. It's moving at a good rate of knots as they come through turn 10. And it is kind of fascinating to see that evolution as well of that 911 platform. With each year that we see one of those cars crop up out on the track during this weekend, as it kind of evolves and takes shape until we get what we've got today when the Sprint Challenge cars get out on circuit. The 3 just went by us, and they're coming back out on track. So good news for you, Joey.
I mean, it was on pit lane, and you could still hear it.
Yeah. Idling, yeah.
Yeah, just kind of trouncing down at about 10 miles an hour, maybe 15 miles an hour. And, I mean, we're, up on probably the 5th, 6th story here of the grandstand inside the building. And, yeah, you can still hear it.
Yeah, that car is moving now. The 69 is pushing through the corners. They're sitting 11th with a 1:44.8. About a second off of 10th, which is the Audi, interestingly. Both under that VW Group banner, so kind of cousins out on track.
996s are, maybe a little bit of a forgotten chassis, a forgotten Porsche out there, because typically when we think of Porsches, right, we think of the round protruding headlights, right? You go all the way back to our vintage classes when we were looking at those 356s, and you compare it all the way up to the current 992s, and they all have that very, very similar look, even out of the headlights. But the 996 is actually where it tried to step outside of the box a little bit, and you either love it or hate it.
I was going to say, from past conversations, I seem to recall that was kind of a sticking point for you.
I mean, I love the 996, and I also love this car right here. This is an E30. Now, this is not an M3 car. This is a narrow body E30 3 Series out here, so this is meant to look like a touring car. Got the awesome plastic bumpers, plastic molding on it. And I even see Spec E30 on the back, so maybe this car is even raced in some NASA competition.
Good spot. You know your BMWs a lot better than I do, so that is a fascinating little look at well put together machine. We're taking a look at the Corvette, though. Now the C7 finds himself spinning his way down through turn 5 and into 6 once more. This is, let's see if this is going to be a good lap from them, and it doesn't look like they're going quick right now. But
you know who just did, though? Check out the top of the board.
Oh, 128.7 for Romac. The Pescarolo Morgan continues to drop time, so he was just resting for a little bit. Maybe he asked his crew where he could find a few more tents here and there.
And I mean, I look up and down timing and scoring right now, and I know it's not reflective on our stream ticker, but the majority of our field is in pit lane. So they've gone out there, they've had their fun, right? They've done their laps, and now they've come back into pit lane. Now, in the eyes of the driver of the number 24, what does that mean? That means no more traffic, no more cars to get in the way, and I can actually go do what I want.
That's a very good point. So, yeah, and to back you up, another purple first sector.
And there you go. Now we have a shot on that timing ticker of everybody that's got that blue P to the right of the name. They are parked into pit lane right now as we see the number 3 go up into the outside of the Audi up there at turn number 2. But I think it just kind of gives you an example of, I shouldn't say an empty racetrack, but your own racetrack to go out there and tear it up.
I wouldn't be surprised if he did, in fact, wait to see whether or not the track would clear up to get back out here. And this is going to be his last attempt at it because the checkered flag is out, and a 28.2 is going to be his last go. It is his quickest of the session. Now up to 3.7 seconds faster than anybody else in that 2012 prototype car. What an impressive show from Romac. But that will wrap us up for this group. We will come back with Group 2. That'll be in the 1957 to 63 Formula Junior cars on track in a bit. Velocity Invitational at Sonoma Raceway now sees the cars from the 1957 to 63 Formula Junior Group. That's group number 2 out on the circuit. We were watching them a little bit earlier this morning. Now they've got some sunshine for them out there. They're just about getting ready to complete their first flying lap on the track. And as we said, this is a group that sees both front and rear engine on formula cars. Not something you get to see together often.
The development of the cars into what they are today and the machines that we see on TV, they all started from somewhere, and this is some of those roots of the formula cars and how a lot of the drivers that we know the names of through the history got their roots in starting their racing careers.
Absolutely. So these are the cars that essentially you would work your way up through, and then in many cases, many drivers would continue to race in them even after they made their way up to the top levels of motorsport, because obviously you could still get work probably, or just simply want to have a good time. If you find an opportunity, have the connections. But now they have been passed down, and drivers who are enthusiasts about this era of racing get to simply enjoy them for what special vehicles they are in their simplicity, at least compared to today's car. At the time, these were some of the more advanced vehicles that you'd have in racing.
Definitely speeds as well in this formula group. I feel, at least visually, these drivers seem to be on it a little bit earlier than what we had this morning. Now, these are the second practice sessions of all of these run groups. We've already run through everything before lunch, and these drivers have gone out there. They've done their course clearing laps. You know, they've got everything warmed up to temperature. And now finally in the afternoon, the drivers are happy. They've had a belly full of lunch, and that was pretty close up there at turn number 2 with the number 10 car of Luke Bittenbinder getting around there. But I was going to say that these drivers, they're going to be a little bit more aggressive on the racetrack this afternoon.
To your point, there you go. We saw it right in front of us. He's running a 62 Lotus 22. Out there is Luke, as he is actually coming on down through between 4 and 5. But the car now seems to have some sort of problem as it is trailing smoke, and that was definitely not a lockup. It went for quite a while. Now it stopped, thankfully, but that did not look promising.
Hopefully it's nothing too serious there. I'm with you. You know, I went back and just kind of looked at everything that was happening there on the stream, and definitely saw some smoke or some sort of fluid come out of the car, out of the back in between turn number 4 and turn number 6, but it has since cleared up.
Yeah. It's the other issue that you often have with older cars like this is sometimes they will leave some fluids on the track.
It's just weird that it happened and then stopped.
Stopped, yeah. So, well, he's at least carrying on, and it doesn't look like he's slowing at all. So he's got himself at least a car that is working for the time being. But we were following Colasco there in the 30, the Joe Colasco 1962 Stanguellini car earlier. He is now the fastest of everybody.
Also have Dominic Colasco out there as well. I was looking up some of their racing history. It's pretty impressive what Joe has been able to accomplish, especially in the historic ranks and traveling all around the world. Monaco, Goodwood, Monterey, collected wins at all of them.
Now he gets to kind of let his hair down a little bit here. Now the car's doing the same thing again in nearly the same spot. That was interesting.
In the exact same spot.
Is that some sort of rub? Because it did it in turn 4 there. Now it did in turn 5. Both of them right-handers. There must be something that is rubbing on that side of the car that's causing that. Very strange one.
Yeah, I think that the car is loaded up on the left side elsewhere on this racetrack. And you just would have think that you would have seen it at a different point on the racetrack. But yeah, exact same point, exact same place on the racetrack. And everywhere else it seems to be cleared up.
Got another fast right-hander in turn 10, so let's watch and see.
Yeah, I mean, there it is.
Okay, yeah. It's got to be a rub.
It must be, and it's got to be coming out of that left rear tire. Which is, something to definitely take note of and be aware of if you're driving a race car at speed.
Especially these older cars, you do not want to mess around with any sort of major accident with them. Do you see that the 31 has managed to move up into 11th in his 61 Lotus 20? And that's Matt Latucci out there.
And I think, let's see how it does up over turn number 2 here.
Nothing on that, but that's also a corner where the car gets kind of light instead of compresses.
It's just that I saw it out of the S's, and then I also saw it a little bit coming out of turn number 11. Let's see if it gets worse here this time by.
We saw it a little bit in 3A. There it is in 4 again.
Yep. And then once the car gets loaded up again, we'll see it come out of that left. I mean, it's coming out of the back. It definitely looks like it's out of the left rear, but it's not getting any better.
No, it's not, and that's not very good news. Hopefully somebody will be able to flag him down, maybe tell him to pop it into the pits just to look it over before something fails on him. He's still about 9th, it looks like.
And he just had a lockup, and I think he has officially got word, or at least understood, that something is wrong with this number 10 car, and now he understands that it's
smoke.
A little bit more serious than what he would like to have seen, and he is exiting the car promptly.
Yeah, he was moving very quickly there, so it looked like there was something rather serious that he was aware of.
Now, this is an interesting one for me, taking off the safety gear. And it looks like the driver has exited the car, and so he is safe.
And he seems to be pretty well outside the firing line, so hopefully that means we'll get to stay green during these final few minutes here. Do see that Colasco had a pretty good first sector. Let's see if that was an improvement last time by. No, it looks like he didn't go quicker, but he was darn close. Was within 1/10 of a second of his fastest time, which sits at about a 150.3 right now.
Yeah, might as well run down through that order just a little bit. Because right now, like you mentioned, Colasco on top with that Stanguilini 150.3. And second right now, it's going to be Art Herbert in the 1963 Lola Mark 5A. Then in third, it's going to be Kyle Collins in the 1960 Lotus 18 Junior. All three of those cars only separated by a half a second. All three of them in that 150 range. In fourth, we got Robert Homke out here in a 1962 Cooper T59. And then in fifth, Marty Bank in a 1962 Lotus 22.
Now, I think we had a second car stopped up on the entry to the carousel.
It's a beautiful car. I'm sorry to interrupt you there, just with the fin coming off of the back and everything. Just a very, very good-looking car.
I think that is, let's see, we've got him still on screen. That is
33.
the 33.
Douglas Mockett back there in 10th place, and that is a 1961 Cooper T56.
Yeah, not surprised that it's a good-looking car. The Cooper's definitely very stylish. Well, next time we go by the entry to the carousel, kind of want to see if we've got that car stopped or if I was just seeing things, or maybe they've moved on by this point.
I'm with you. I see at least 2 cars stopped on our timing and scoring, right? Bittenbender, which we were watching, and then also the number 127 also seems stopped in sector number 2. Now, where that is, I'm not sure.
That would be, that would be in sector 2, just the start of sector 2. That ends just after turn 5, I believe, before that starts. Watch these two come through the little valley that is turn 3. And then it rises up over 3A and then back down again once more. A lot trickier than you'd think, that corner. Very blind, and hard change of direction between them. Now watch off to our left-hand side. See if Rodriguez is still sitting there. Yep, that is absolutely a car that is parked up in the runoff. That's a bit in the firing line, but seems to be safe enough for now.
I would much rather have this car parked where it is versus the car that went through the access road into the turn number 1 area earlier.
Yes. That is a little bit better. Trying to make out as well who's chasing on the Cooper here. Keeping pace with him, I must say. Has not dropped off of him this entire time.
We'll get a number here as they flash through our next camera zone as they come in front of our commentary booth as well. 33 leading, I believe, is at the 77. Sure looks like it out there. And that is going to be down in 12th place, I believe. Jeffords.
Yeah, so that's another Cooper, actually. The T59, so 1 year later than what he's chasing right now. Both of them running pretty comparative lap times. And I haven't seen any of the safety vehicles move down in the hairpin, so I think they're still just kind of hanging out there until the session is over, and then they can take that car away. Oh, but the 54 has suddenly pulled off.
54 Hardstein in a 1962 Lotus 22. It's actually facing the wrong way. This is up the top of turn number 2. We talked about dissecting turn number 1 and 2 a little bit earlier, but there's so much going on in that sector of corners that you have to be on top of it at the entry, the apex, and the exit. The car gets very, very light on its feet up at the top of the crest.
I think we saw an example of that there with a spin coming through that corner. Many cars have done that over the years, so not the first, not the last to face the wrong way coming out of that right-hander as our two Coopers head down the drag strip towards the braking at turn 7. Yeah, I think it's really that the white paint on that fin is what sets that apart. Really highlights that aspect of the car.
Yeah, and I can't tell if it's the intakes out of the left-hand side of the car as well. We always get a shot of it through that turn 7 hairpins because it's on the left-hand side. So you got what looks to be the exposed intake manifold or carburetors or whatever the intake system is going to be on these cars, and that just kind of adds to that style of the back end too.
I was always told carbs will slow me down, but
and that's why you got to have them the night before, Joe. The night before, use them as fuel.
Yeah, exactly. But we've only got about 3 minutes left, so there's not many laps for these cars. Currently still, actually, I think we have changed it. It was Colasacco, but it is now Collins in the 18 with his 1960 Lotus 18 Junior, and has outpaced him by just about 1/10 of a second.
It stayed incredibly close, though, right? I think I was making the comment that our top 3 was only about maybe half a second apart in terms of those lap times, and ever since Kyle Collins was able to slip in that 49.7, it is now extended up. It's now 3/4 of a second separating those top 3, which is still incredibly close for cars made from 1960, 62, and 63.
Yeah, great to see. In fact, can see that number 2 car just going past us at turn 10. And Hebert, actually a very beautiful looking car, the silver Lola Mark 5A with a flash of red on the nose of the car to help set it apart. But we're watching the 67.
It's down here in 20th place.
This has got to be very special for Jeff Brabham, seeing a lot of his dad's old cars making their way around as well.
This is a 1963 Brabham BT6. That was the reference there for the number 67 car. And actually, it's going to be the first couple laps. Now, I could be wrong with that because sometimes the transponders haven't been picking up 100% of the time as they go by start finish. And the number 67 has not registered a lap yet. It shows that he's in pit lane, but obviously out there on the racetrack.
Yeah. So I think we can account that as him just having some transponder issues for sure. Love the almost teal color, it looks like.
You know, to me it looked like navy with a gold pinstriping almost as we get some shots of under the hood of some of these cars that are going to be coming up a little bit later. Now, I was talking about intakes and carburetors. There's some throttle bodies for you. Just got the little foamies in there right now to prevent any bugs or sheep here in Sonoma from kind of sniffing around in there, you know. Yeah, well, he might stick his tongue in there.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, that looked like one of our IMSA cars as the checkered flag is out, which will wrap up a session which I'd say saw some of the largest attrition we've had so far today, which is good. If it's only 3 cars, that means that we've had pretty decent reliability out there, knocking on your favorite piece of wood if you have it near you, that haven't cursed us. So we'll be back with more as we finish up the Formula cars on track. It'll be Group 3, 1963 to 69 production GT cars, as well as 1962 and 72 FIA manufacturers. More fun to be had here at the Velocity Invitational as we switch gears now, going from the Formula cars from before to 1963 to 69 production GT cars here. So lots of interesting classic sports cars out on the track, everything from a Golf Mirage to old Chevy Corvettes, and of course some Porsches as well as a Lotus or two.
Everybody has gone out there on their out lap, call it. As you see, everybody is coming up to just standard normal names on our ticker. If you see the orange O, that means they have just left pit lane and are on an out lap. If they have the blue P next to the name, they are on pit lane.
Now, we've got what looks to be the Alpine stuck on pit lane. And thankfully someone's there talking to the driver. Hopefully that doesn't cause an interruption since they're well out of the firing line. And there we can see that's the number 72. We have no word as to what the issue is. The driver hasn't gotten out of the car, which is interesting.
Yeah, oh, and this is down, I believe, turn 7.
Yeah.
Now,
it's one of our chevrons, I think.
Yeah, and he's back up to speed. So I wonder if that car was maybe slow on that short chute drag strip section and then has been able to refire the car or figure out what has happened with that number 11 because it is back up to speed.
And apologies, that's the Sparling Special Ferrari that has actually had a little bit of a pause out on track. Currently being run by John Goodman. I don't think it's that John Goodman. Highly doubt it. I'm sure he gets that all the time. As you can see, actually in front of him, the Corvette, the 17, was trying to get by the 37. Almost got balked a little bit, actually.
So some of the designs in the vintage eras are very interesting to me, right? And I think that this number 11 is a perfect example. The rear view mirror on the car, right? It is pretty much on a telescopic pole sitting directly in front of the driver, sticking up almost like it would be like a TV camera or a sensor out there. Just a very interesting choice. But, hey, you got to see what's behind you, and look at how tall that thing is in order to see up and over the roll hoop.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say over the rear wing.
Yeah.
Because it completely goes across the car there, so you definitely want to be able to see beyond it.
Well, and I think the taller it goes, the more you could see the car behind because they're so small as well underneath that rear wing.
It's going to look pretty tiny. But, yeah, it seems to be up to speed now. Doesn't seem to be going particularly slow, also a little bit off the racing line, maybe just trying to size up where this car in front of him is going to go. That's the Porsche that I was talking about earlier. I believe that's the 37.
Pretty cool watching these machines go around Sonoma here. We've said it so many times, but not just the sights of these vintage cars out here racing around this beautiful elevation-filled circuit, but also the different sounds that we get out of all of the different types of engines, all the way down from little 4-cylinders, all the way up to the big rumbling V8s, and then, of course, that turbocharged era, definitely starting in the 70s, going through the 80s, and that other run group that we've got have a plethora of different engines and powertrain options out here.
Saw the 86 going a little bit slow past the start-finish line. That's a 64 Lotus Elan 26R. And actually, they should be coming up to him right now, the group that we're watching approaching him. So hopefully that car is okay and doesn't come to a halt. Maybe just, yeah, there he goes. Lets those two by. Might not just be at full song, actually. I think it does look like it is moving at pace.
Honestly, it reminds me of a little Spec Miata. It does come out there, you know, and competing against all these crazy fast vintage machines. So just trying to find his place on the racetrack. This is the carousel section, one of the most iconic corners that we've got here at Sonoma, plunging downhill throughout the entirety of the corner and spitting you out right here on the drag strip.
Definitely looks like this Porsche is running away now from what we were seeing earlier with him being caught up briefly. And then down through the turn 7 hairpin. Kind of a deceptive run in through here as things start to pick up through turn 8. You can see how it narrows as you're trying to wiggle back and forth between those curbs. And then we've talked about this portion where it plunges downhill. Car starts to lose grip as it crests and then hits the bottom down at turn 9. And it's immediately here into 10, which can definitely cause problems because you look to the outside, that wall is quite close for the speeds that you run through there.
Very fast on entry and apex, and of course, whenever you're going through a corner, you're on the gas on the exit, or I should say at least most of the corners, you're on the gas on the exit. So you're right. Turn number 9, 10 here at Sonoma can be very, very tricky, especially with how fast you carry the speed throughout the entirety of the corner. And now seems like this is the number 23 car that has caught up to the back of the 37. And that is Jonathan Rosenthal.
I do find another interesting aspect of this era of sports cars is those kind of almost prototype vehicles that they started to get into here that have these sort of bubble domes that they have on the windscreen that they developed for these cars. I can only imagine how difficult it was trying to produce those.
You're right. You go back into the 1960s and any type of curvature glass, pretty rare. And then, everybody in the automotive industry, it seemed like they were creating these beautiful curves on the car. So, a lot of, call it man hours creating these machines.
So this is the Chevron B16 that Rosenthal has in this car. It looks almost Ferrari-like, honestly, the way that it's shaped.
Does not have VTEC, even though it is a B16 model. Shout out to all my Honda fans out there.
I don't think, do we actually have any Hondas that we've seen?
I have not seen any Hondas out there, and typically when we think about racing and Hondas, I think mainly it's going to come starting with the CRX, right?
Yeah.
In the late 80s, call it mid to late 80s. That's really when Honda started to get onto the scene.
They did have some Formula racing back in the day, but not as common, I think, in the junior formulas like we've seen on track so far. The Chevron up and over turn 2, a little bit off the apex there. And then switching it back into 3A. I've noticed a lot of patchwork on the track this weekend, and I'm very curious if Sonoma had done some work on the circuit recently as we got a car stopped and immediately a full course yellow.
This is in between 3 and 3A, so this is at the very, very top of the circuit. And this is a potential impact area, and I think that's probably why we see a full course yellow being thrown so immediately, because there's a left-hander that has heavy banking and goes up the hill, so the car is heavily loaded on the right side. If you get loose going through that section, typically it is a hook spin to the left, right where that car is.
You're right. And that's why you can see all the tire barriers to that left-hand side leading up the hill. Driver's not in a hurry to hop out, so looks like it's nothing too urgent. Don't have any smoke coming out of the car, but it is definitely ground to a halt.
And I wonder if we're going to be able to get back going with this session. Now, typically the attrition rate that we have seen has been the smaller formula cars, and those are a little bit easier to retrieve than, call it a more production-based car.
Yeah, and we did have at least one production-based car a little bit earlier, one of the 50s ones, stop right in front of us on the main straight, and they extracted that relatively quickly. That was closer to pit lane, though. This might require them to bring it down on the access roads instead.
And don't get me wrong, it can be retrieved easily. It's just that I'm looking at our clock over here, and we're at about, just under 8 minutes. Our safety crews are getting there, and I mean, even a racing lap time is nearly 2 minutes around this place. So I would assume it's going to be pretty close. We still got cars going up there.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they went around. Somebody didn't get the memo, it appears. Needs to bring it back on pit lane. At least they were down at low speeds. Everybody's been really great this weekend. As soon as those flags come out, everybody lowers their speed pretty respectfully. I think there's definitely a lot of concern from the drivers to make sure that everybody is nice and safe, especially in these older cars that don't have all the nice features that you tend to want in more modern race cars.
And you see they're just going to hook the strap to a tow hook on the front, and this will definitely be the fastest way to extract that car from the area. So as long as there's no driveline problems, they can just flat tow this thing back out onto the racetrack. And I'll let my nerdy brain kind of go a little rambling here. Take a minute break there, Joe, because flat towing is its own little thing. Right? Not a lot of people have actually experienced a flat tow before, and there are processes behind it to make sure everybody stays safe. You need to make sure that you keep the tension on that slack line. So going downhill right here, the driver that is getting towed should be on the brakes. And it certainly looks like this driver is aware of that. You see the line, it's not drooping down with slack, right? So you want to keep that tension in the line, because if you go a little bit too fast, you can run over that strap, and then all of a sudden it can become tangled underneath the car, and that is bad news. So nice job from this driver to understand how to flat tow the car and getting off of the racetrack in a safe manner.
Nice and quick. That car that I think we saw still out on the track was the 11. Looks like they're making their way back in. But speaking of that 11, we were kind of musing over the rearview mirror, looking over that rear wing. I've mentioned this car before. Check out the number 5. They're currently on pit lane. That is the Gulf Mirage. And you want to talk about a massive rear wing. It is almost cartoonish how big they designed this thing.
Oh, goodness. And we've been talking about the sights and sounds and stars. We'll also have some stars from other forms of motorsports joining us here at Sonoma Raceway. I believe we've got Tiffany Stone over here. Of course, very well known in the off-road racing world, and she has graced us with her presence here at Sonoma Raceway today.
Fantastic. Looks like the 32 is not going to be able to make it back on track potentially. Only about 5 minutes that we'll get to carry on. And that car is still sitting there stuck on pit lane. So again, should not be an issue. That's another Chevron. It's a B8 from 67. Driver was waving everybody by. So they knew pretty early that they were not going to get that thing moving, as we get pictures of it now. Talked about that, how beautiful some of those blues look on that car. That deep navy blue does look fantastic on it.
You see the majority of these cars already out there on their out lap, so 4 minutes remaining here in the session, and going to go out and try to get as much track time as they possibly can, and I do not blame them. Look at this shot. Sonoma in this weather this afternoon is absolutely picturesque to go drive one of these vintage cars.
I mean, you can't ask for much better in California. Just beautiful, gorgeous stuff.
You got the espresso machine fresh off of the racetrack. I know that hospitality's got ice cream. Yeah, a beautiful sunny day. Yeah, like you said, what more could you ask for?
Well, fans, if you want to make Joey happier, you can bribe him with an espresso, I think, right now. He's been asking for one. But this is down to a 142 we're seeing in this group right now. And, man, I was talking about that 5 car. They are back up to pace very quickly. They're definitely wheeling it around here.
And now, I was a little distracted there. You were talking about the livery and the scheme on that number 5 car and the wing and whatnot. And I see what you were talking about, just how large and flowing it really is.
It's a very distinctive shape. And, yeah, the livery, I mean, as it says in the name, the Gulf Mirage. that Gulf livery, something we have seen many times in racing over the years. And there it is, the bright orange and sky blue that anybody who's been a fan of racing in the last 50 years has probably come across at some point.
And I got to say that I know that we're making comments on the aerodynamic package of this car, but in terms of what we see in modern day aerodynamics, that rear wing is very, very similar, albeit a little bit larger, but all that size is doing is making it more efficient.
And it's definitely making his way past a few cars here as they got, looks like, I think there's a couple of Lotus cars, but or no, that might be Corvettes, actually, that he's approaching.
I think I saw one of the Corvettes, at least, directly there in front of him. As we keep our eyes here on this number 5, the number 1972 Gulf Mirage.
Sure.
Yeah, and I'm not sure.
He already passed one of those cars. That is how much faster this car is. He did set a purple first sector, personal best second sector. He seems to be gunning for that top spot in this session. And the 81 Chevron that has the fastest time is not out on track right now from what I can see. This should start the final lap. Let's see what this one is first and then what the next one is going to be like. I said he was looking quick, and yes, a 1:43.4. He's still 1.1 seconds off. But as long as he gets by this sort of Caterham-looking car here, and he is going to be held up just a little bit.
Yeah, that's the 117, and you were talking about the birth of that Caterham car, the Lotus 7.
Yeah.
That's exactly what that car was that he was driving by, driven by Davis out there, driving that number 117. So we continue our eyes here on the number 5, but to your point, Joe, I don't think it's going to be an even faster time given turn 1.
No, it's seeming unlikely, and yeah, he was not setting a personal best. In fact, he was slower than the first sector of Delane, and that actually will end it anyways, as it looks like the checkered flag is out. We're going to wrap up our classic sports cars from the 60s, and then we are going to head off to the 60s once again with the 66 to 71 Formula B group. That'll be Group 4 here coming up in a few minutes. back to the Velocity Invitational. We had a brief pause because, unfortunately, one of our 63 to 69 production cars had an incident right at the end. And we're actually starting off with an incident of sorts as well, as we have a yellow flag on the main straight. Now, that may be because we do have a car that still has not been fully recovered down there at turn one.
You know, I think that's a great catch, Joe, because you're right. I don't see any issues up turn number one and into turn number two, and the only standing yellow that we've got is at start-finish, and you're right, there is still that car out there.
As for what we're watching, since we haven't mentioned it, this is the 1966 to 71 Formula B group. So more Formula cars out here racing and picking their speed up. Our timing and scoring seems to have switched over on us, unfortunately. So we'll get some times on these cars in a second. And in the meantime, we do get to appreciate them out on track, as they all pretty much hopped out there right away and have been on it from the word go. In fact, there's still a whole train of them heading down through the S's right now, all close together, nose to tail.
What's pretty fun about this Formula group, now the Formula group that we had a little bit earlier, call it about an hour or so ago, a little bit older, a little bit slower in terms of the overall speeds that you see. And these cars, I think I made the comment of they're a little bit more in the racetrack. They're not necessarily floating on top of it.
They definitely carry quite a bit more speed through these corners from what we can see. And it makes them very thrilling to watch, as we can see a few of them all right together up on the gearboxes. I think that actually blue and yellow machine just came through pit lane, so they were just kind of pulling out of the way, letting these two carry on as the four goes on by. Now he's got clear air in front of him, definitely hustling the car. I'm curious to see what lap times he will set once we get that up on our timing tower.
And just visually, you know, when you look at these cars from the TV angles and even these overhead angles, they're starting to represent a little bit more of a Formula car, right? The tires, they're a little bit bigger and wider out there, so they kind of have that natural stature of being really low to the ground and squatty. Very much reminiscent of what we see out of a current Formula car.
Absolutely. And this was in the era when just about we're starting to discover slick tires. For the most part, they had treads on them, especially on the lower side. But you started to see them appear out there. It was actually kind of interesting in the 60s. You still had tires that would not just last a race, but a whole weekend on a car.
Compounds have changed quite a bit, and I always try to describe, you know, how older cars made their speed versus newer cars, and I think a lot of it is strictly down to that tire, right,
Oh, yeah.
and the tire technology.
It's the only part of the car that's actually touching the ground, so, or at least should be. So it's, yeah, a lot of that speed can come from there, and like you said, the technology has grown so much. You consider the fact that this is more than 50 years ago, these cars that we're watching. So the age is getting up there. The time has really marched on, and we've seen so much growth in racing. This is the 9 and the 7, briefly going side by side.
Yeah,
turn 3.
Gave a little bit of a wave by and then raced him down there into turn number 3A. Finally let him by, and then the 71 has got some new company in that rearview mirror in the form of the blue number 3 car. Trying to get to the inside. Up and over the blind crest.
Yeah, you talked about how wide these cars are with the tires sticking out, and I think that's one of the features is, yes, we'll see some of these cars race side by side, and definitely do with the touring cars, the sports cars. You got to be very careful when you're in Formula cars, because touching wheel to wheel is always disastrous.
You know, when I was growing up racing, I did not get the chance to race Formula cars. I was always in a sports car, production-based car. But even then, You know, my mentor, Pat McFall, who crew chief for Willie T. Ribbs, very famous name back in Trans Am, but he would always teach, you know, you got your box, right? Your box is your car. Everybody else has got their box. Do not put your box into somebody else's box. And it's just, you don't do it. You don't go mess with other people's equipment, and it goes even more so in these formula cars because that box has exposed suspension. It has exposed tires, and anytime you have that tire-to-tire contact, it can be catastrophic.
So we were talking about Jeff Brabham not that long ago. Well, he is out here in one of his dad's car, the 71 Brabham BT35. And not a shock, he's the quickest of the group right now. So Jeff showing he's not too old to be fast.
And that number 83, this is the number 71 that we're following right now, driven by Jonathan Burke. And that it's another Brabham car. It is a BT14, though, made in 1965. So just a handful of years earlier than the car that Jeff is driving right now.
Obviously, the Brabham team also made quite a few of these formula machines for customers, much like Lotus. So that's why you're seeing a whole lot of them here in this group. The late 60s, early 70s saw them see quite a bit of success. Trying to see if I can spot that 83 out there and figure out where exactly Jeff is running currently, but haven't managed to size him up quite yet. Just about have looks like 18 cars on the track. Supposed to have somewhere in around 23. Of course, we could have a few more transponder issues.
It looks like we got a car with an issue down here. This is the number 7 car. He had his hand raised. He is pulled completely off of the racetrack, so he knows that there is an issue with the car. Now, we have seen cars in this area not bring out a yellow flag prior.
Yeah, so that's around the outside of turn 7. That's Mark Rincon in that Legrand car that we were talking about, the Mark 6B, now marked as stopped on our timing screen. And we do carry on, so that's the good news. Looks like they'll be able to keep racing. Unfortunately, I think it's already been a much shortened session, according to our timing, because of the cleanup that we had for the car in the front stretch before these cars hopped out on track. But I think they wanted to give them at least a little bit of time.
And I think we're going to probably be extracting a couple more at the end of this one, especially given the one that you pointed out here at turn number 1. I think that's a little bit of an odd one.
Yeah, well, so the weird thing is they were pulling that car out, and then they just decided to leave it for some reason.
Well, it's just very odd that it's parked perpendicular.
Well, it was on the exit. It had stopped at the end of the last session, and I don't know why they just left it out there. So search me. I'm sure they have their reasons, and it has been safe enough. And we have a full course yellow now.
And I actually, yeah. Let's see if it is this car that is down in turn number 7. I think it's for this car. And I think the reason for this, not only is the session pretty much ending in terms of the timer. Oh, there's a second car now down there. This is the reason for the full course yellow. I was going to say, I thought this number 7 car was out of the way, but it's still kind of in the firing lane. It's not completely behind the barriers where the blue machine is going right now, and I think that's probably the reason why they're a little bit more tentative with this.
That's a bit of a shame that we won't get to see a whole lot of them, but yeah, and now this car heading back excuse me, I don't think that was the same car we saw, but very similarly painted. So that car is turned around, and I can see them now heading towards us at the S's. So the other car that I think may have actually just spun.
Yeah.
Because they were closer to the racing line. This one we know intentionally pulled off to this spot. And the safety team has worked their way in there. Now they're not showing the checkered flag yet, so they may be carrying on. This could be a leftover of the timing being off, and maybe they've just given them the full time and are moving, shifting everybody back, but our timing has not caught up to that message, possibly.
And now, obviously, the corner workers are talking with the driver, and seeing exactly what they feel is wrong with the car. You see the other worker with a little bit of kitty litter, some sand out there. So I wonder if there is fluid that has fallen out of that race car, and if it is fluid, if they're going to flat tow it back like we have seen them do with other cars, or if they're going to have to put it up on a flatbed.
Well, they've got a flatbed heading that direction right now, so I'm guessing it's going to be the flatbed, most likely.
I also still see race cars out there going that direction, too.
Yeah, I think they're slowly finding their way back. And naturally, the flatbed truck is very circumspect heading on to certain parts of the track. That's the one thing, we keep talking about how we had that accident over here at Turn 9, and we couldn't even see the car over the wall. It was so low to the ground. And if you're one of these safety vehicles, kind of the same deal. I think they're trying to be extra safe because you can easily come upon one of these cars, not even realize it. It is so small.
And I think, just as a competitor, obviously you want to make sure you are well and clear of any safety vehicles that are on the racetrack. And so that's why it's always so important to pay attention to every single flag station out there. And that way you can get cleared off of the racetrack.
Procedures continue on the cleanup. I think he's putting the lid back on the oil dry, so that's good news.
I think he's taking a new one out.
Oh, so he needs more. That's not good news then.
Yeah, I have a feeling that this one is going to need to get up onto the flatbed. See the driver taking a look around the left side, the left rear of the car, and that is primarily where they have been kind of putting that kitty litter down to prevent any more spillage seeping into more of the concrete out there. And now it seems like the flatbed is here, and the driver is going to get his ride as the crew gets to work in terms of picking that vehicle up.
It was probably a little bit more complicated when you're trying to keep more fluids from exiting the car onto the track. Now, just getting some straps on the car. We'll get you information on if they'll resume this session as soon as we get that in our ears. But for the time being, you'll have to sit tight like we are.
I like this. This is analyzation right here. We don't have other cars out there on the racetrack. Nobody's in pit lane doing adjustments in terms of getting ready for qualifying or the racing. This is a little bit of a change of pace from what we usually see.
Well, I was just wondering, how good were you with your knots in Boy Scouts?
No. I mean, I learned how to tie some ropes for some boat cleats. That's about the extension of my knot knowledge.
I did not retain any of it from my Boy Scout days, I'm afraid. So
now I can tell you, I will coil up a headphone cord. And whenever I put a headphone cord back in the bag, it definitely tangles itself up.
Absolutely. So they've already got the car hooked up, and it's heading its way onto the flatbed, and they'll get themselves clear. And then we'll see. Oh, and we do have the checkered flag. So it looks like we are ending this session. So we'll come back with more racing here in a bit. We finished up Formula B. Now we've got IMSA GT from 72 to 80 coming your way. now we move into an era of IMSA with some incredible cars here in the Velocity Invitational. We now have the 1972 to 1980 IMSA GT, GTX, AA GT, and FIA Group 4 cars to take to the circuit for about 20 minutes. And last time we had these cars on, I think Joey and I were very enthralled with all the vehicles on the circuit.
Kind of the group of cars that when I was a kid, it wasn't racing, right? But it was on the posters, right? Those were the cars that were just kind of just out of competition format, but you grew up looking at them and seeing them in the magazines and all the different liveries that you got out there. Really, really cool, especially with a lot of the big engines and turbochargers that were coming about in this era.
For sure, and as we had said before, very identifiable silhouettes as well on these cars as we watch the 40 of Patrick Byrne. Actually have to deal with a fair bit of traffic on our first flying lap. And I think the 15 of John Anderson is currently leading the way, free of everybody up at the very front in his 76 Corvette. But the number 4077 Greenwood Corvette, a little bit plugged up behind the Porsche. Now he's free.
And that Greenwood Corvette, driven by Patrick, like you were mentioning, was actually the fastest in this specific run group in the morning. So if there is one car to keep an eye on, it is that red number 40 crossing start-finish line right now.
He's got another Porsche in front of him. I think that was the 141 that he's going to have to try and navigate up through turns 1 and 2. So we see a few of the other cars. That was the one that we were watching down in pit lane earlier, that 6 car with the hood up and just being inspected, probably making sure everything still in working order in these cars before you send it out again.
And that is that Monza, the Decon Monza, driven by Rick Jeffrey. This white, yellow, and red number 6 car that we've got on the screen. And going back to those images that we saw it in the paddock, it had the hood up, had a beautiful individual throttle setup underneath that hood with a V8. And you can definitely hear that thing screaming as it goes down the carousel.
Having to look up a little bit about the Decon Monza. Again, a car that I'm not as familiar with, but certainly seems like it had its fair share of activity in the 70s in IMSA.
And we just saw a shot going through turn number 7 there. And I apologize if you've mentioned it before, but have quite a bit of that oil dry, that kitty litter down. So the drivers maybe having to be a little bit more tentative through that section.
Exactly. I didn't mention it, but I did notice during our break that they had the sweepers out there trying to do all their best to clean it up, but you're never going to completely get rid of it. So yeah, the grip is going to be low through that portion. Looks like one of our cars is going to be heading down into pit lane. That's that 141 I was just talking about, the Decon Monza coming down to the line. Byrne just crossed, hit a 149.2 that time by. Not the fastest quite yet, as Jeffrey comes in at a 152, so a couple seconds slower.
He had actually jumped up to P3, but then was immediately displaced by Bill Lyon in that number 41 car. And as I say that, it's actually Ranson Webster that now takes the P3 spot. So Rick Jeffrey's time was good enough for the top 3, but I mean, you blink a couple times in 20 seconds and he slots all the way back to 5th.
Certainly is changing around quite a bit. If you missed our earlier session this morning, as we've shown, we've got a lot of Porsches out there. We've also got a Datsun 240Z currently racing. There's a BMW 3.5L GP2 also from 1974 with Thor Johnson behind the wheel of that car, currently running right now. There's a whole bunch of those Porsches followed by the BMW. So the German Brigade brings it down into turn 7.
And there's some of that oil dry that I was talking about, and thankfully, it's just in that one little section of the racetrack, and there's so much runoff down there in that area. I don't think it's going to be a big deal, but as a driver, anytime you come up to that big brake zone and you're depending on that grip coming out of the racetrack and into the tires, and you see that kitty litter, that oil dry, whatever you want to call it, it always makes you second guess just that little bit.
Just every once in a while taking a glance over here at some of the info I'm finding online about this Monza. A very interesting car, actually driven by Alan Moffat, of all drivers, for a little bit. So the Australian having some connections to this machine. In the meantime, I'm just trying to make out who we're watching across the front as now we turn our attention to number 7, the Porsche 911 Carrera from 74. Looks like he's down to a 154.2 that most recent time by, being chased by the 58 car.
And Cameron Healy is driving that number 7. And then in the 58, that is giving chase right now.
Is that the 56? Did I read that wrong?
It is the 56.
That's what it is.
Yeah, it is the number 56 out there. And that is a 1974 Porsche 911, and it's driven by Durkheimer, I'm sorry.
Carl Durkheimer, yes. He's out there circulating just behind him. Find it interesting, the two, again, different looks to the same 911, but different wings, rear wings on the back of those cars.
And I think we've actually got we were mentioning the number 6 car, that Monza, right? I think we actually have a couple of the Monzas out there. I don't know if they're both out there on the racetrack right now. I see the number 20 is in pit lane, and that is Ken Epsman a little bit further down, but that is also identified as a 76 Decon Monza.
Okay, so both from the same year. It looks like, I think, is, who have we got following? That's the 42. Right now with the Porsche 935 K3 that we were discussing, with those huge wide wheel wells on the rear tires of that pink and white car.
I was just pointing out, these turbo cars, especially the number 42 earlier on in the day, was spitting some huge flames out the back end. And that's pretty typical of turbo cars. It doesn't mean that there's anything wrong going on with it. And typically when we think of a turbocharger, it's forcing the air into the engine. Well, what do you need to keep up with all that air? You need a whole lot of fuel, right? And that is just simply unburnt fuel, or I should say kind of post-combustion burnt fuel coming out the back end.
Exactly. Here's that 103 BMW I was talking about before, with Thor Johnson racing it. He's 9th quickest currently. Kind of been stuck in the sea of Porsches for a bit now, but love that classic livery. That to me screams old BMW, those colors.
Yeah, and it's also, I'm going to get ripped apart here. It's kind of all that shark nose style. Now, the Shark was the 6 Series out there, which this is not. But
how dare you?
I know, and especially being a BMW fan. But back in the 70s, they had this look, and it was a very shark-like look. With the overhanging front end, with maybe a little bit of a toothless look. An overbite, right?
Yeah.
It's not an underbite, it's an overbite.
He's still sitting behind that Porsche, the 56 that we were watching a little bit earlier. Durkheimer is almost covering off a little bit. Nope, he's going to let him through, so just pulls off the racing line and allows Thor to carry on his merry way. Actually, it looks like he's trying to chase down, I think, the Monza potentially. Or no, he's trying to run away from the Monza, I should say. The 41 was in and out of pit lane. That's the 74 Porsche 911. That's the kind of gold and navy blue Porsche that you'll see returning to the track.
And 98 is crossing the start-finish line right here. That's always an interesting car. That is one of the Toyotas out there, currently sitting in 5th, driven by Nick Price directly in front of this number 56 Porsche. This is another one of these turbocharged machines, a tube frame car, and If you're familiar with Toyota road racing, very familiar with these liveries.
Absolutely. I was thinking the same thing. It's was used up through, I'd say, the 80s, which every once in a while it makes an appearance. That white, orange, and yellow that just looks fantastic on these cars. But you were talking earlier when we mentioned a Corolla being one of the machines that we saw competing out there. Another name that I feel like many today would kind of raise an eyebrow if you said, yeah, this beastly Celica that we have out there. But yeah, that had some oof.
You got to remember that a lot of these older Japanese cars, before they became so-called economy cars, right? They had that sports car heritage, and it primarily came from being a rear drive vehicle. Now, when they became more economy type cars, they went to the front wheel drive style, which kind of eliminates a lot of the enthusiast aftermarket following, and that's why a lot of these cars out of the 70s, out of these 80s cars that we think, oh, a Corolla or a Celica. Well, no, they were very, very cool cars.
Absolutely. And Toyota definitely with quite a bit of racing history and a lot of different areas, sports cars definitely being one of them.
Well, and in this era specifically, I mean, they were bringing out the Toyota trucks at the time, and of course, this livery very famous in short course off-road racing.
That's exactly what I think of. Yes. Well, and I think it was on their Toyota prototype as well in the 80s. So they definitely brought it out, trotted it out in a number of different ways.
Do you think the NASCAR fans would know if they painted a Camry like one of those?
Some would.
If Seabell came out on the number 20 with the TRD livery, you think most people would understand what it is?
I think a fair few. I think those in the know would catch it. I would appreciate it.
I would love it.
Yes. Well, we'll have to see who we can contact in the business that can make that happen. But in the meantime, we'll get to appreciate it on the original cars for these next 5 minutes. Then we'll wrap this one up. Patrick Burns still our fastest out there, but he's parked the car recently. He's got 2.5 seconds over John Hill's 1974 Porsche 911. So Corvette versus Porsche, at least in this era, we'll go to Corvette.
It took Patrick maybe a handful of laps, right, to get everything up to pace, and it might not even be that. Remember in the other run group, our number 24 car, he just kind of patiently waited until nobody else was out there on the racetrack, and I think that might have been the case for the number 40, is that he was out there since the start of the green flag, and it just took him a little while to find that clean piece of racetrack, and once he did, laid down the fastest time in this run group, yet again repeating what he did this morning.
Wonder if we could get a good shot of the number 42. It's that pink and white 935 Porsche. Because now every time it comes by, after you mention it, I always kind of watch it, leave the shot, and every time just spitting fire out the back of the car. And I'd love to show our viewers online. Those here at the track definitely have gotten plenty of views of it. But we're checking out the Datsun in the meantime, the 48.
Are you saying, Joe, you need to get a couple fishing poles and maybe some marshmallows and hang them out the back of that 935?
You cook your marshmallows on fishing poles.
Well, I mean, you know, that'll be the easiest to hang off of that big wing. Right? You got to have enough slack and line in order to get it down there. And here is this car that we were talking about.
So now watch carefully when he lets off the throttle. You can see that dual exhaust in the center. Might not get to see it until he gets a little bit here into this part of the track.
Yeah, it's going to be on deceleration is really where we're going to see it, and that means the driver has lifted up off of the throttle, maybe get a little bit of a spit right here. Yep, there was some flames coming out the back end. That was a good 3-foot flame out the center of that 935.
Here, watching. There it is, all the way down to the brake. My goodness. It looks like a special effect at some sort of horror show.
And it's so cool. And to kind of put it into perspective, you know, the engine is in the back in these cars. The turbochargers are hanging down off of the bottom of the engine. And so it is all rear of that rear wheel. The exhaust headers feeding into that turbo, little itty-bitty short guys, and then the exhaust out of that turbo exit, very, very short. So it doesn't take much in order for that flame to go spitting out the back end.
But it's given us a show this weekend, and we'll get to see it a few more times, hopefully, as it should be back tomorrow. But it continues to thrill with that flat six just screaming its way around the circuit.
I love turbochargers. They're just so gosh dang cool.
Yeah.
Big old hair dryer on the engine. I mean, that's literally what it is, right?
I mean, it's what I think of, honestly, when you see them. Looks like John Hills also brought it into pit lane here at the end. The Deccan Monza has a chance to maybe show itself. It's about 3.5 seconds off the fastest time, with Rick Jeffrey behind the wheel of that number 6. I do see him out coming around the final part of the lap, so he might be able to get the line before the checkered flag comes out and do one last push if he thinks he can take the pace up to the Corvette and the Porsche.
Some more flame spitting out the back of the 42. Now, I am a little bit interested. I'll have to see if we can dig up a little bit more information on this car itself, because obviously the 935s were raced around the globe, and this one has quite a few Japanese characters and writing on it. I wonder if this car actually participated over in Japan.
It could be. I mean, it seems most likely, if anything, because this isn't.
That was a great flame show all the way up turn number 1 right there.
well, these are IMSA cars, like you said. They could have had pedigree elsewhere, as there is the checkered flag. So session wraps up. We just have a couple more for today before we're going to be done, because we're going to be going back to NASCAR. The 1981 to 2013 historic NASCAR stock cars will be on the track, so stick around for those. Velocity Invitational goes NASCAR racing. There's a good start to it all as Jimmy Johnson's old number 48 decides to take an excursion through the dirt here at Turn 2. I'm Joe Peak with Joey Atterbury to bring you the fun here over this exhibition run. These cars range from 1980 up to 2013, or at least that's the range that of cars that are eligible for this group. I believe the oldest we have is 86 or so.
No, we do have a 2013 model car out there. It's Jeff Gordon's old car, the number 24. That
I
Chevy.
said the oldest.
Oh yeah, no, sorry. It's been a long day, folks.
Yes. I mean, you are right that that's the most recent.
Hey, you know what? I'm looking at the biggest number, okay?
Okay. Actually, I will correct myself. I think the oldest is an 87 Chevy Monte Carlo, which actually is a very cool year.
I'm going to correct you. We've got a 1985 Ford Thunderbird out there.
Thank you. You're right. There we go. So we're both struggling this afternoon. So 85 Ford Thunderbird, but still falls in the range that I wanted to talk about, Joey. The 85 to 87 were years that they still did not have restrictor plates on the cars at super speedway. So if anybody who's younger that didn't get to see those races, go look up on YouTube and watch these cars at super speedways before they put the restrictor plates on. It is absolutely wild to witness.
And I understand. I think I know why I want to go fast is because I was born in '86, land of no restrictor plates.
There you go. It explains everything. And I guess to get into the weeds for those that don't understand what we're talking about, the restrictor plates essentially is what created super speedway racing as we know it today, which creates the pack racing. So back in those days, they didn't have the pack racing. That obviously changed the style of the racing a little bit, but it also meant that I think at the peak we saw the fastest somewhere in the realm of about 215 miles an hour. I think
it was well above 200. I'm not sure exactly, and it also very track dependent, right? Because I believe that the actual fastest track that they would get those top speeds at was actually Michigan. It wasn't necessarily Talladega or Daytona, but some of those cars, they were going super top speed, especially on the IndyCar world over in Michigan.
If we're talking IndyCar, definitely incredibly high speeds. But no, Talladega, I believe, does hold the quickest lap with Bill Elliott, I think, setting that one back in that 87 season. Is another legend of the sport, Jimmy Johnson's 48 coming around, which actually, interestingly enough, holds the fastest lap of this group. Tom Clower currently piloting that car, and I am very jealous of these drivers because I have to imagine this is a ton of fun in these cars, just chucking them around these corners.
I think you could look at it that way. You could also look at it as it's a lot of work.
Yes.
It is a lot of work behind the wheel of one of these stock cars in order to get it around a road course. They're larger vehicles out there, so you have to be very careful about the car's placement. And then just, what did you say? It was trying to hunt a fly with a sledgehammer?
Trying to smash a fly with a sledgehammer, yes.
And I think that's the best way to describe it because you've got this huge, heavy car that you got to get slowed down with these little itty-bitty brakes, and then once you get it slowed down finally, you stand on the gas of these big, giant V8s, and you got to manage all of that traction to the rear wheels. So it's a constant fight between the front end of the car and the back end of the car.
Hopefully the front stays in front for the drivers to make the laps happen. And I mean, man, credit to these drivers running 129s out there. That tells you how much power they do have underneath them. Like you said, lacking the brakes, lacking the tires underneath them. The weight is going against them. But they have so much go power that they're under a minute and a half here.
Faster than most of the Formula cars that we've been seeing turn laps out here today. And you're right. It's pretty incredible the speeds that these cars do, in fact, make given their size. This is a 75 car. This is a little bit of a Thunderbird, I believe, on Oldsmobile action going underneath the number 12.
I believe
Buick.
You're right.
I think it might be a Buick Regal.
Yes, that is the Buick Regal. And that 25 is Chevy Lumina, actually, I'm seeing. Was that the 25 that you mentioned, or was this? Oh.
Have a car. This is the number 25 car, unfortunately. Now, not seeing anything right now, but when it came into vision up and over the S's, it was definitely had a little bit of some smoke out the back end of it.
Mac McGarry's car. Now, he's right by pit entry. If he can at least kind of puts it into pit lane, then should be okay from there. But this whole gaggle of cars, going to see some passes into turn 1, even as the 17 tries to duck underneath the 57. That's Graham Downey making that move in the much older vehicle. Could almost say that he tied him through the corner.
Oh, my goodness. Yes, there's plenty of puns galore working with Joe Peak.
That one. Yeah, no, our producer put that one in my ear, and I was like, that's too good. I got to use that. But
of course, this number 17 car, I did want to double-check myself before I started spouting out facts, but this is an old Waltrip car. This is an old DW car. Now, I don't know if DW physically raced this exact chassis, but it is at least a replica, if not the real thing.
It's been both another driver that's been both behind the wheel and behind the microphone. As we were talking about this Sunoco car yesterday as well.
Can you give me your best DW?
Oh boy, you don't want to hear it.
Well, it's going to be one of two things. It's either going to be boogity boogity, or it's going to be the vortex theory. Those are the top two DW topics.
I was actually surprised, though, because I used to work at a dirt track, and I had to work the crowd at times. And so I forget what the question was specifically, but I had trivia questions that I rewarded fans with. And I asked a question about, it was asking the fans to do their best Darrell Waltrip impression, actually. And I should have checked to see that they knew who Darrell Waltrip was. Because there were two younger guys that were like, who's Darrell Waltrip? And I definitely was beat red for that one.
The guy that I'd always put it in third gear after he won the super speedway stuff, right?
Engine blew. Don't know what happened. Guess you can't inspect it now.
No, being facetious up here, but always really cool to draw back on the history, and especially when you have some of those iconic drivers that have stayed relevant, right? DW hasn't gone anywhere. The Waltrip family hasn't gone anywhere. So it's almost like this Tide livery has carried itself through the generations of cars and is still easily recognizable as a DW scheme.
Absolutely. Well, and just being used in general, because I remember growing up being entranced with Ricky Rudd as well. There's definitely a number of great drivers that wound up running that scheme. Miller High Life, not one that you saw as commonly, at least this version of it. Of course, Miller's definitely been a presence in stock car racing for quite some time. Do love it on this Regal, though.
And, when we were getting some of the shots of the paddock earlier in the day, I mentioned that I'm a big fan of interesting vehicles, right? Oddities, if you say. And in this era, if you were talking about the 85 to 87, it's just kind of this entire run group out here. You had a lot of cars from different manufacturers that were essentially the same underneath, but they're oddities, right? This is a Buick Regal. We got an Oldsmobile Cutlass out there, a Ford Thunderbird, and you think of those cars, and they're not necessarily sports cars per se, but the 1980s gave them some character.
Well, and they still very much were operating under the belief of race on Sunday, sell on Monday. And like you said, it was more about the silhouette of the car. They were, granted, very sculpted So they weren't quite what the road cars were. But you could recognize that. You look at that, you see a little bit of the heritage in it. And I do love that they still very much had that. And it was very much an era war in that time of NASCAR. Each of those bodies were, like I said, they had been sculpted to try and find little tricks, little aspects that could help them at certain tracks. And some did find strengths over others in some places. You had some that were very good at the super speedways, others maybe at the medium-sized tracks. Some were a little bit stronger at the short tracks, but that was kind of the way it was, where you could find your niche and maybe play on those strengths over the course of the season.
I would love to see, maybe a little old perm granny driving this Buick out there, maybe one of the Oldsmobiles that's Buick Regal here, maybe flicking the cigarette out the window, making sure they're going green. Old Dick Trickle move.
I mean, these were sleeper cars, I will say. And I've seen in more modern times that, there are folks that have their tuners that will grab these old Buick Regals and blow doors on them because nobody is expecting a Buick Regal to be that fast.
Super cool cars that can be turned into really, really fast machines. And out there with about a handful of cars still remaining, turning laps, just under 7 minutes here in the session. We'll say, though, that Justin Hurdle here driving this 12 car was just wheeling it up and over turn number 2. Definitely had a little bit of counter steer in the car as we jump over to the number 17 chasing this white machine. I didn't quite grab the number on this white and blue car.
I think that is the 75, so that is Ron Miska and his 93 Ford Thunderbird.
You were talking about the lean in some of the other run group cars. There is an excellent shot of how soft the front end is, at least on this number 75 car. Definitely had the front end completely leaned over coming through the carousel. You don't see it nearly as much in the hairpin down at the end of the straightaway, simply because you don't have as much load from the speed on the car.
You'll get it here through the S's. Yeah, they're right there coming through the left-hander. And even in that old 87 Tide car as well, it is bouncing all around. This would have been the time period where they still had tracks such as Riverside out here in California, which we sadly do not have anymore. Kind of similar here to Sonoma, and that had a lot of those direction changes in fast corners.
Now, since we're talking about vintage racing and historic stuff,
Yes.
What is your memory of Riverside? What's the number one memory that pops up for you?
Oh, boy. I was trying to remember his name. Is it Richmond Miller? Is that who I'm thinking of, taking a victory there? Miller Richmond. I got his name backwards.
No, it's not going to be Miller Richmond. So the one that comes to my mind is definitely Dale.
Oh, cutting the course.
Yeah, saying, you know what, this car in front of me is just not going fast enough. I'm not even going to drive on the racetrack. I'm just going to go straight through the S section. And that's how I'm going to pass people.
Yeah, I love that also, that was in the era where, that just happened and race control was like,
yeah. Totally okay.
Fair enough. He made the pass. Let's just let him have it.
Yeah, now that you put it that way, I agree, yeah.
The track is a suggestion.
Hey, you know what? I grew up as a Spec Miata driver, and I completely agree with that topic, or that point there.
As we watch that 75 coming down through the S's once more. Still got the 27 out there. Looks like Jim Haig currently running that 89 Pontiac Grand Prix. That's one that's a little bit closer to me because I grew up, my first car was, I think it was an 87 Pontiac, and it was a 6000 STE, so it wasn't a Grand Prix. But an 80s Pontiac definitely holds a little bit of a place in my heart. Now, granted, that car was not in great condition by the year 2001. So I didn't hold it very dear to my heart then.
Watching this Ford Thunderbird rip around the racetrack, now, in one of our other classes, you were making the comment about the car picking up the inside tire, right?
Yeah.
The inside front tire. And this car is almost to that point. Now, I had the very fortunate opportunity to race a lot of Roush road racing vehicles, specifically the Mustang category, and how we used to set up the Boss 302Rs would be very, very similar to how this car looks in terms of attitude, right? Solid rear axle, as soft as you can get it on the back end, and when you get it that soft on the back end, you need a compliant front end, which usually means lots of travel, lots of roll, but you also get those really cool traction power down moments where you actually pick up that inside front tire and the car is just literally driving on three wheels.
Practically like dirt racing out there. And yeah, you could see it there coming through turn 7 as he just continues to try and put his best lap in. He is the quickest on track currently at a 1:35, but that's about 6 seconds off of our fastest time with Tom Clowers, number 48, down into those 129s on the track. We're getting close. In fact, we are done. I just saw that checkered flag has been waved, so they're going to wrap this one just a little early, but we got plenty of time and lots of great visuals for this session. We'll have just a couple more to go because up next, it'll be the Mini versus Muscle. You don't want to miss that. Muscle versus Minis out on Sonoma Raceway for the Velocity Invitational. And it's pretty much exactly what it says on the tin. You've got all kinds of various Mini Coopers out on the track, and then you have muscle cars sharing the circuit with them. Does look like there's a lot more Minis, if I'm honest, looking at our timing and scoring. But this will be an interesting track to have them up against one another, because one thing that's obvious is that the Minis are better in the corners, and well, this track has a lot of corners.
It does have a lot of corners, and I'm going to try to draw a silly comparison. There's a lot of these AI videos. Who would win, a million so-and-so versus one? And it seems like we've got about 1 million Mini Coopers out there and only a few muscle cars.
It's that old adage, would you rather fight 1 million ducks or one
gorilla
horse-sized duck? Yeah.
Horse-sized duck. It's almost 3 wide down here into turn number 7, which is a giant horse-sized duck when they spread out that wide.
They can manage to fill up quite a bit of the track there. I mean, we could probably get them about 5 wide coming down that drag strip. For some of the cars that we have, we've got a 66 Shelby GT350. We've got a Chevy Camaro from 1968. One for you, Joey, a Ford Boss 302 Mustang, 1969 for that one. And so far, they are the quicker of the cars. In fact, they're all up at the very top. But we'll see once we get these tires up to temperature what really happens out there.
I think that these Minis are a lot of fun to watch because not only are they front-wheel drive, but there is literally nothing in the back of these. So everything comes out of these front 2 tires, the steering, the power, the majority of the brake capability as well. So don't be too surprised to see these drivers literally chuck it into some of these corners with a ton of entry speed and then just kind of deal with the car as it goes throughout.
Remember, I said we had to wait and see what happens later, even though it was all muscle cars at the top. Well, right now, NF Owens has managed to put the number 17 about 0.3 faster than second place FTMU in the 69 Ford Boss Mustang. So they've already picked up the pace out there. A lot of very fun paint schemes as well on these Minis, which I'm not surprised.
It's almost like a bunch of Skittles out there. I might have to grab my Skittles outside of my backpack here and see if we can match up some liveries.
Right. Well, maybe this is a blue raspberry flavor with a 424 as he comes up around what was the inside of turn 6 becomes the outside of turn 7. The 63 going to manage to hold on to that with very appropriately named David Cooper racing his Mini Cooper.
So right now, the time to beat on the top of the board is a 154.9. P2 in that Ford Boss 302 that you were mentioning is at a 155.2. So only about a quarter of a second, call it 0.3 of a second, separating those top 2 performing cars. That's what I'm talking about with these Minis, is that there is nothing on the back end, and you saw the yaw, the slide out of that 424 machine just coming up through the S section. And don't be surprised, these drivers are going to chuck it into these corners and then just deal with it.
And a counterintuitive thing for a lot of drivers if they haven't raced in front-wheel drive cars as well. When you get that slide on, most cars, your instinct is to lift. These cars, you don't want to do that.
Sliding a front-wheel drive car, you're right, it is completely different than a rear drive or even an all-wheel drive car. You can get into a lot of trouble if you're familiar with a rear drive car and then go into a front wheel drive car and have it sliding around, because the whole idea of a front wheel drive car, keep those front tires pointed where you want to go. If you add too much counter steer in, all of a sudden you can have a huge tank slapper go off of the racetrack. So it is its own form of driving.
I see that Alex Brundle has actually managed to get back out there and is running one of these cars. Also a John Hildebrand. Now, I'm curious. Okay, we're hearing that is not the Hildebrand that I was thinking of, so I wasn't sure who all we had out here competing. And the muscles have re-overtaken the minis. It looks like The number 21 302 Mustang is back up to the top once again.
Yeah, it took the fast time just as we were kind of stopping talking about it as 424 car goes underneath the 51. I was mentioning one of the Datsuns earlier with kind of that bronze rose gold. And if anything, this number 51 car has taken that even more to the extreme. Very pretty color on it.
What flavor Skittle would that one be?
Ooh, you know what? That's a sun-faded red. It's been left out on the picnic table too long.
It's an overripe tomato, I guess.
Well, yeah, that's what flavor Skittle it was.
Yeah.
It's just a faded out red.
Yeah, John Hildebrandt. Oh, and we got a full course yellow. So someone has come to a halt, unfortunately, in an area that we can't leave out. We still have half the session left, so that might leave us some time to get it restarted, but we're not informed yet on who might be stopped where.
And I'm looking around the racetrack here. Out of our commentary booth, we can kind of see, call it about a third of the racetrack, the majority of the S section from the hairpin all the way down into what is turn number 9 down here. But we do not have visuals going up the hill. There's a car smoking out of the right rear. It actually might have been the car that we were just mentioning. This is up going to turn number 3A right now. I also saw one of the cars a little bit slow coming down through the S's, but I believe that was because the black flag was already being displayed. So just trying to solve the mystery right now.
And nobody is shown as stopped on our timing and scoring.
And we are red. Technically, it is a black flag. So every sanctioning body uses the flag slightly differently. And in competition, we typically see a red flag to end the session. But a black flag out here means bring everything into pit road.
So this might be a timing and scoring issue. Not that it's stopping the race, but that why we're not seeing who is stopped, just to clarify. But thankfully everybody has lowered their speed nice and safely. Nothing from our shots from above have shown us
You know what I love seeing, though? Look at how many cars are parked on the far end of the racetrack down there. Everybody's standing out there watching. They are all here for the Velocity Invitational weekend.
It is awesome to see. I mean, you and I got in here at 7 a.m., and we already had a parking lot that we parked in that was halfway full already at 7 in the morning on a Friday. So, yeah, a very good sign that there are people here to see all of these very cool cars circulate around a fantastic racetrack. Hopefully we'll get them back out for you. We have until 6 o'clock for our exhibition runs. So we only have about 40 more minutes before we got to wrap this one up.
Oh, and you know what? I was just noticing something. So I was pointing out the 51 in the livery, right? It's just a beautiful color. It's got a sister car out there, the number 61. So here on screen, the 51's coming into pit lane. The caboose on that 4-car train is the 61, painted exactly the same.
Maybe some relation out there between the two. That number 6 Shelby GT350 that might actually have Alex Brundle. I think Matt Johnson is also potentially sharing that car. Just popped down in front of us. Do love the look of those old Mustangs. Just something gorgeous about the shaping. And we're being shown the green flag. Now, I just saw one of the trucks come back out, back into pit lane on our camera shot there. So I wonder if there's maybe some debris or something.
That's what I was thinking, or maybe the potential of. Remember how we saw that car smoking up there at turn number 2 to 3? Maybe they just wanted to go and check out the course to make sure there was nothing, like you said, no debris or fluids.
Yeah, that to me kind of speaks towards that theory at this stage. And is pretty much as soon as that green flew, there was a flurry of minis and a couple muscle cars heading their way back onto the track, as I think everybody was extremely eager to get as much time as they could. And the good news is, if you are enjoying this, we're going to have at least one more group of it after this is over. So we've got another session of this odd combination that definitely bring some entertainment.
And I know that you mentioned it with John Hildebrand out there sneaking up into second, but that puts 2 of our muscle cars in those top 2 spots before we see one of the minis.
Exactly, and I think we only have the 3 muscle cars, so they hold positions 1, 2, and 4 on the timing sheets currently. So muscle is winning, at least for the time being.
That was a little bit of a moment going down there into what was turn number 7 with the 21 car getting by the Mini out there. And, of course, that number 21 car is our fastest car this session currently. So, as our producer said, asserting his dominance out there.
They have some weight to throw around, quite literally. So they can kind of pick and choose. If you're the Mini, you're always going to lose in that combat.
This is that Boss 302. Now, I mentioned I've got a lot of time in the Ford Boss 302. Very, very different Boss 302. I was in the 302R, a much newer car. This is the original Boss 302.
I just saw a 66 go by. Okay, interesting. And I do see a 66 on our timing sheets, but that's listed as an Austin Mini Cooper S, and it was very clearly a Mustang that I saw out the window. So not sure exactly if I should believe this timing sheet then, and if they are down at
Was it the
8211.
6 by chance? Because that is a Shelby GT 350.
No, this was different because the 6 is a white car, and this was a dark 66 car that I saw. So
I'll try to keep my eyes out for it, see if we can peel out what exactly it is out there. I know that you were noticing when we were lining up on pre-grid earlier, it's not just all Mini Coopers out there. Actually, there he is in shot right there. That red car, 3rd in line, 4th in line, is another Mini. It is just not a Mini Cooper.
It's a Mini Marcos GT Mark II, which another one I'm not as familiar with, but very cool looking little car. So you see it coming around the outside.
Look at the size difference between these two machines. That looks like a toy car next to it.
It does. It really does. Someone's got a go-kart. Yeah, let's look at this Mini Marcos. Trying to think of how to compare it. It's a very odd shape.
It almost looks like a Griswold-esque machine. Clark would definitely want one of those.
It has a very frog face to it, I must admit. But it's cute in its own way. And currently running 16th out of all of our drivers setting times right now. Man, this isn't the biggest field of cars we've had out there, but boy, they are very interested in racing close together.
Yeah, lots of packs out there directly in front of this number 7. Thank you so much to all of our camera operators and producers for getting that car some screen time. But this is that pack that we were just mentioning coming out of what is turn 11 here at Sonoma. And, I mean, this is at least a dozen cars, maybe even 15 cars here. It's almost like a race.
I mean, that's what we'd love to see is a legitimate race between them. I think they're having fun. I'm pretty sure that every one of those drivers is grinning ear to ear in this group because, I mean, this is something where they are all in pretty much similar machinery. Yes, there's some different years on these Mini Coopers, but they're so closely matched to one another. No one's going to be able to get away from each other.
And it's remarkably surprising how fast they get around this racetrack, given how small they are. Right here's the 61 with a nice move up the inside.
Small and not a lot of horsepower either.
Correct, and it's just all momentum. We talk about a lot of spec cars, spec classes nowadays, like Spec Miata or Spec Racer Ford. Then it goes all the way up into the professional levels of MX-5 Cup and GR86 and whatnot. But you want to talk about spec cars, I mean, this is pretty much where it started.
Yeah, this is a class that saw a lot of action back in the day. Still does, and we have that problem once again out of the car you mentioned earlier. And it does seem to be that downhill left-hander that's causing it.
And it is the 51 again. So it is not the sister car, the 61. It is that 51 that is having a little bit of something come out the back end of it.
That looks to me maybe once again to be a bit of tire rub because it was coming out of the rear right as he went down through the corner.
Now, Joe, I'm trying to find this 66 that you were mentioning because I did find the 66, but it is a Mini Cooper, the green one.
Yeah, there it is.
Now, I need to find the muscle car that has the same number so I can try to help identify which vehicle it is.
Yeah, maybe I just read the number wrong, but I swear it very plainly said the number is 66. I'll look once again to see if I can spot him out there. Do love the livery on the 44 as well, with either Tyler Hagan or Dave Hagan in the car. Not sure which they've got, but kind of a lovely fern painted on the side. Highly unusual.
I know I know which car you're talking about there. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I've solved your mystery. So there's a 166 out there.
I missed
and that
the number.
is John Hildebrand, and it is not a Boss. It is not a Mustang. It is actually our only Chevy Camaro out there in this specific run group.
Apologies. So misidentified on that one. But that's why I got a little bit confused there. Do have two of them kind of running on their own.
And it's actually, that is. And Joe, I'm going to give you credit. It does say 66 on the side. On timing and scoring,
I swear I'm not crazy.
It is the 166.
Yes.
And they are in the turn 11 hairpin right now as we're watching some of these minis out here. And now we actually have our checkered flag out.
Yep, we're going to finish the first of our two muscle versus mini sessions. And we'll come back out with more of it in just a bit of time. Our last session here Friday in Velocity Invitational coming your way. welcome back. It's our last session here at the Velocity Invitational at Sonoma Raceway. I'm Joe Peak with Joey Atterbury. Unfortunately, in this second session, we've got one car that has not made it around. That's the number 76 of Kimball, unfortunately coming to a halt. We'll see if this stops the session or not, but this obviously is not the best way to begin things. Also, an update, this is going to be a qualifying session that we've got for these cars. So these are important laps that these drivers are running. So far, as we've mentioned, have been mostly dominated by the muscle cars, despite it being a twisty circuit, have managed to find quite a bit of lap time. We have not gone yellow since this car has come to a halt, since he is pretty far off the racing line and protected by some tire barriers. Looks like they're willing to let it carry on for the time being.
Yeah, and where the car is, so from this overhead shot, these cars, we're going to watch them go through the S's, and I actually think the stranded car is completely off track. So if you look at the very bottom of the screen, it goes to the chicane section. We are not using that chicane section, and there is that car parked off on the, call it, alternate runoff area. So it is completely removed off of our racing surface. I would not be surprised if it sits out there the whole session.
So Mike Kimball, we're seeing in that car, is just going to have to sit tight for the next 20 minutes or so. That's seriously unfortunate for him. The Mini's actually doing pretty good in this session. We only have John Hildebrand and his Camaro up at the top. Then we've got David Cooper there in second, along with Kyle Collins in third. And then John Berman in fourth, all in their Mini Coopers. Honestly, 4 of the top 5, all Minis.
I think the only maybe frustrating part that those Minis are looking at is a 7-second gap up to P1. 52.4 out of that Camaro. Wow. 59.4 out of the next fastest car.
We'll see if that closes up. That seems significant. We haven't, even in other classes, I don't think we've seen quite that wide of a spectrum up to this point.
I don't think we have either. And you are right that we just had this session out about 20 minutes ago. So I think we're relatively fresh in terms of the lap time that these Minis and the muscle cars were doing. And for the most part, the muscle cars were up there. We did see some 52s, but the other cars were able to kind of replicate those into the 53s and 54s. And then also saw a handful of Minis down there in that sub-155 lap time range as well. We've been watching this number 6 car go around the racetrack here. This is a Shelby GT350 from 1966, actually getting overtaken by the Mini going into the S's. But I was going to make the comment, definitely wheeling this car. Lots of steering wheel inputs and slide angles throughout this lap.
So John Hildebrand just bumped his time down to a 151.9 now, so it's 7.5 seconds between P1 and P2. See whether or not the 63 can go any faster. Last lap was not an improvement. However, the number 61 of Collins managed to bring that car down to a 2-flat-1. That's good enough for third.
Let's see about the acceleration difference here between the Mini being chased by the Shelby GT350. And I gotta say, that Mini is holding its own, especially once you get to turn number 1 here. That GT350 has to let off of the gas to really have the front end of the car bite down into the racetrack. So we are seeing exactly why this is a fun combination. One car very fast in the corners, the other car very fast on a straight line.
I'm still seeing plenty of green up and down the timing tower right now, so there's probably some good laps that are going to be coming in, and we pretty much have all 14 cars on the circuit. Would have been 15 if we didn't have an unfortunate stoppage of Mike Kimball down there at what is turn 9. And yeah, you talk, I mean, look at how far that Mini is distanced over the Mustang since we started following at the beginning of the lap.
And let's see if it closes up on the straightaway. So if there's going to be a big strength that's going to play into the muscle cars, it's right here being able to get up to that top speed in this section. And then also there's another one of those big slides from that number 6 car. A lot of weight in comparison to the car that he's chasing.
Matt Johnson and Alex Brundle sharing that number 6. Did have a personal best first sector, personal best second sector.
And he just had a huge loose moment coming through the S's. And, I mean, he is wheeling this car for sure. So the yaw angle, not an issue here on this number 6 machine.
Yeah, he's having fun out there, if I'd have to guess. And just managed to catch a little bit of that footage off screen here on that car getting sideways finally. And, oh, boy, the tires are going to be crying when this 20-minute session is done. But the 6 car has jumped up into 5th with that lap. And based on what we've witnessed, I'd say there's still time on the table for it.
Something else. I love it. I absolutely love it. So I think one of the difficult parts probably about racing the heavier muscle car against these little Mini Coopers is that you're enticed to follow them through the corner, right? They have so much rolling speed throughout the entirety of the corner, and you really have to train your brain if you're in one of these bigger, heavier cars that you have to let them run their race through the corner and you run your own pace. Otherwise, you can get very sideways and in trouble like we were seeing.
The 166 is also slow.
I see that.
Through turn 9.
That is our fastest car.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not sure if they have any sort of penalties for causing a stoppage, but they are close to pit entry. If they can coast it, at least out of range.
I think the troublesome part is that if the 166 brings it onto pit lane and can't make it all the way into pit road, it could potentially cause a blockage on the entrance.
True, yeah.
But fingers crossed that it's out of view, so hopefully it was able to at least make its way down to pit road.
And the car is now reading as stopped. And they are out of our visual, unfortunately, up here in the booth, so we can't really tell where it wound up stopping. Might actually be able to see here.
I think the best place for it to stop would be in the infield section right here. I don't see it anywhere on pit road, the access road.
So he must have pulled it off to the side there. I think you're right. We'll check in on that in a little bit. The 6 just got overtaken by another of our minis. That's the 23 with Waters and Frisch that have bumped themselves up into 6th.
Oh, and this is a perfect spot for him to pull it off.
Yeah, that's plenty out of the way. I mean, cars might accelerate off of the hairpin, but the minis won't have a problem. It's the muscle cars that would be likely.
What are you trying to say, Joe?
A front-wheel drive car,
okay.
Probably not going to oversteer out of the hairpin. Just saying.
You know, those things can have some torque steer to them. You know, that thing could just slip out of the hands, and it's just a wild beast at that point.
Well, now that means that John can't do anything to try and retake the top spot if somebody catches, but it probably feels pretty safe. Yes, the time has come down, but it's gone down from 7.5 seconds to 4 seconds. The Mini still has a ways to go and 8 minutes to find 4 seconds of lap time. I'd be impressed if they still cut it down further.
And there was another Mini that had slipped in there. I'm not sure if you had mentioned the number 17 as well. Apologize if you did. So it is the Chevy Camaro out front by a whopping 4 seconds. Very impressive lap time. And then we've got 2, actually, let me repeat that, 3, 4, 5 Austin Minis, little Mini Coopers out there before we get to the next muscle car back there in 7th of that 1966 Shelby GT350 that we've been watching.
Yeah, and it's probably good reason why we've been keeping this 6 on the screen, because every corner the tires continue to give way. I think they have taken the best out of what this car can give, even though actually last lap they did set a personal best.
So I have always been taught loose is fast, right? Loose is fast because the car is turning. Now, you can be too loose out there on the racetrack, and it certainly seems like the number 6 has made some yaw angles out there that might be a little bit too much in terms of scrubbing speed. However, there's only one way to find out what's too fast.
Exactly. You got to try and find what the barrier is, and he has not found it yet. I have been proven wrong. It's down to a 59.5. They've broken the 2-minute mark out here, but it has been a switch around where the muscle cars dominated the first session. It is now the Mini Coopers that seem to be the quicker, barring one of our muscle cars, as that was an off by the 6 through 4 and 5.
Yeah, but I loved what the driver did. He did not try to fight the car. He simply drove it off of the racetrack. He didn't stand in the gas to try to fight it back onto the racetrack. He made sure it was nice and calm and then rejoined at a parallel angle, not to impede anybody else out there. And talking about the corner that he actually went off, turn number 4, one of the more deceiving corners that we've got here at Sonoma. You're actually carrying quite a bit of speed into it. It's a significant brake zone, and it's downhill throughout. So you actually have to be on that brake pedal a little bit earlier than what you might think.
Watch out for the 61 because they've got 2 green sectors. They're currently sitting 5th on our timing sheets. So I'm watching to see as they go by. And they don't improve their position, unfortunately, despite going faster. They've got to make up another 4/10 to catch Cooper in the 63.
But what I do like seeing, since you mentioned the number 61, that was the car that was having the little bit of issue on our previous muscle versus mini out here. Had a little bit of smoke coming out the back end. We weren't sure exactly what was happening. They did bring that car down into pit lane. So whatever it was seems to be a non-issue. That or the crew has fixed up that 61.
Down to less than 5 minutes to go in this session. But we still have most of the cars circulating. Not many have decided to give it up. Just saw the 62 also cut down to a 2-minute .5 this time.
And I see that the number 21 car is on the track, and that was one of our faster muscle cars in our previous session. That is the 1969 Ford Boss 302. He's going to be rumbling down the front straightaway here and probably putting in a pretty significant lap time.
Woo! Yep, up to the front row. So 52.1. And within 0.2 of a second of John Hildebrand, that is much more doable to take that pole away. Will we see this 166 dethroned with no chance to reply?
That will be an interesting fight. I was not expecting it to go that fast on the first lap, and typically the driver is going to go out there and find a little bit more speed on the second lap.
Oh, yes, they will. The 7 of Lyon brought his Mini Cooper up to 12th place with that latest time by, so another little jump up. Looks like we've got that number 6 car still in